Hello. Ooh, my microphone's in the camera. Um, am I too loud? I don't know. I've just put this microphone back up. Um, but hi, welcome. Happy Saturday. I'm gonna be doing some Netrunner today. I have been playing a ton. How's everybody enjoying the new set? It's been so good. Been really loving all the cards. Been playing a ton of in-person events. There's one tomorrow. Been doing a lot of startup. Friday, Ed is on the startup curation team. So I get lots of insights from him about the format, and of course yeah. So and also we've just been like playing some more startup just because it's a more beginner friendly format. It's been good. So today I was just thinking I was just gonna play some Netrunner, do some deck building first, obviously, and just hang out. I want to say because I'm not going to Worlds. Like, it's such a different approach to what I'm doing this year. It's probably useful to get this out there because, especially in light of the fact that I'm doing coaching, I think it very much changes how that works as the season gets later and later. I feel like in years past, especially the last like 4 years, there's so much stress of like trying to figure out the best deck, trying to figure out the best deck for me to do well, and whenever like the season starts, it's always like I always have my mind at Worlds, and it's like, how do I position myself to do well at Worlds? Tell me, by the way, if somebody could tell me how my audio is, that would be great. Yeah, somebody tell me about my audio quality because I haven't tested this, and I don't really know what it sounds like. But yeah, because I'm not going to Worlds this year, like there's so much less of a focus on trying to prep myself, but also trying to like curate the meta into a meta that I think is healthy, and that like if there's something with too high variance, that I try to advocate to get it out of there. Like for the health of the game, and also because I want like consistent players to do well, if that makes sense. Bit echoey. Okay. I wonder how I fixed that. I don't know how to fix that. Sorry, I probably should mute my mic when I adjust it. Hey, just tell me if that's slightly better or if that even does anything. I'm just gonna keep rolling on. So this year, there's like I feel like last year when Elevation was released, I was like, all right, we gotta like Sable Deep Dive is a big problem. It's just gonna like push a lot of decks out. It's gonna make the game very draw dependent, and I really didn't like it. So no sound now? Just sounds like room acoustics? Yeah, it probably is. It probably is. Don't really know how to fix that. Also, it's different, totally usable. Okay, let's just do it like this. Maybe I'll speak a little quieter, which is good for me anyways. And that might help a little bit. I think it definitely is room acoustics. Like it, yeah. Anyways, so I feel like last year, like with Elevation, I was really trying to like, I thought that Regenesis Ayuko was like too good at later on, and then like Sable Deep Dive, and I'm trying to say like these cards is gonna make the World's meta a little unhealthy. So like I kind of had my mind on that, and like this year I'm like I'm not gonna think about that at all. We're just gonna be like playing my own thing. I'm gonna do what I enjoy, and we're just going to focus on enjoying the game, which is like, it sounds odd maybe that wasn't the case before, but it definitely wasn't the case before. Like, I remember a conversation in 2023 in Barcelona with Talasin, and I was like, I'm feeling so much stress. Like, I was prepping so much, and it really takes a toll on you. And it just like wasn't very, like, it was fun it was fun for sure. But like, you kind of draw the fun from playing with your friends and playing certain aspects of the game, but like the whole like pressure and prep was not good. So this year I don't have to think about that. It's not even an option. Yeah. My volume now has been lower than normal in the past. Well, here, let me unplug my mic. Well, no, but if I unplug my mic, then I have to like talk much louder. I really don't want to do that. Okay. Yeah, don't really know what to do. On this mic, it says pattern. Sorry, hang on. Okay, let's see how that does. Yeah, this looks a little better on the, I don't know. Keep giving me the comments. I'm gonna keep adjusting it as I get certain comments. Oh, my volume is good now and it wasn't in all the videos. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, I just turned one of the dials that says gain. Somebody tell me what that means. Okay, I'm gonna keep going. So yeah, I think we're gonna focus more on just enjoying the game, on playing the game. I think these cards are really good at allowing you to do that. There's so many deck building options available. And one thing that I want to mention as a result of my different approach this year, it means that as a coach, I'm able to kind of be a little bit more free in terms of what I talk about in deck building. Like, I don't want to make it sound like I hold things back. But whenever I'm like doing worlds prep with certain people, there's going to be some secrets that have to be kept, which oftentimes means that like the closer you get to worlds or some major tournament, any conversation about deck building in coaching ends up being a little bit limited, and I'm forced to kind of like let the other person kind of like guide the direction that we want a certain deck to go. It's like, well, okay, if we want to make these two cards work, or these, like this set of breakers work in this ID, like let's do that, and then we figure out the best way to make that work. Whereas I feel like now there's a little bit more freedom in like answering open questions, and just talking about like, what do I think is the best deck in the format? Because sometimes I'm like not allowed to answer that question. But now it doesn't exist. Yeah, maintain. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah. So if you're somebody who's like looking to do preparation for a certain tournament, like especially worlds, like because in the past it's like, well, I'll help you prepare like completely for like any tournament, but if it's like once we get to like the more bigger tournaments where I'm working with other people, then it becomes an issue. But this year, I don't think that's going to be a problem. Although I anticipate like there might be like some people who like I'd have to keep like secrecy between different people, but like I'm not going to be going. So like my own thoughts and opinions on things can get shared. So that's like a little bit more liberating. And of course, like I'm not going to concern myself too much about like, is the meta balanced, or is there something that's OP, or that's something that's got way too much variance that it's going to make trying to consistently win games very difficult. Like, I don't need to worry about that. And I'm just going to go to events and enjoy life at those events without thinking too much about placement. Like, we're going to try to do well, obviously, but it's not going to be quite the same as years past. So on that line, like tomorrow, we're going to do a Vantage Point release event in Vancouver. That one's going to be startup. And then next week is the Seattle districts, and I plan to drive out to that. So my current plan right now is to drive out to Seattle districts next weekend. So I'll drive out on Friday, do the tournament on Saturday, drive back on Sunday. It's kind of nice that I'm living out in Abbotsford. It's much closer to get to Seattle than I was in Vancouver, and of course I have my own car. So that makes a huge difference as well. Okay, let's go. There's so much to do today. So let me know in the comments, those who are watching live, if there's a certain, so here's what I'm planning to do. I want to build a Hiram deck, and I want to build some deck with Knowledge Seeker in it. There's my two goals today, and hopefully we can play like 2 games with each. So I don't want to spend too much time deck building. So please, sound off in the comments. I'm going to start with Hiram, and I'll talk about why in a second, but I'm going to start off with Hiram. I see that the deck list of the week is a Hiram. I didn't actually notice that until I turned on the stream. So I'll probably start by just like looking through a couple of deck lists while kind of explaining my approach to deck building this type of deck. But let me know in the comments, like, if there's a certain card that you want to see, or if there's something that you think is good in the deck that I can talk about it and evaluate it. Because deck building is, especially the way that I'm about to do it right now, like, it's going to be very organic. I'm going to be like evaluating cards as I go, especially when a new set is released and all these cards that I've never seen before, haven't played with. Like, there's going to be a lot of first takes on things, and I could be wrong on many of them. And especially because it's an ID, like, you have to figure out the balance of, like, this ID gives you such a unique ability that you have to figure out a pretty unique balance of econ and draw that is not the same as in something like Lat, which gives you draw, right? So I'm going to start with Hyram. This is because as I said, like, I've been doing coaching sessions lately. Had one yesterday, actually, or 2 days ago. And there's, of course, like, with the release of the new set, there's going to be a lot of deck building discussions. And one of the deck building discussions that is going to come up is Hiram. So I thought I'd just do it on stream, because that's just something that I think I was going to do anyways. So I can just get this out there, and then that'll help inform further discussions in coaching sessions as well. Vistron says, I haven't cracked Hiram yet, but the best I've managed / seen other people manage has been girls adjacent, as many angles to get taking your hit as possible. Ryan says, it's tough moving your brain from one place to another after several years. I wouldn't be surprised if you still find yourself thinking in terms of meta health, even if you don't have a reason to. Yeah, thank you for that comment. As I said, like, I think 2023 was the worst year in terms of like, I don't want to say mental health. Like, it wasn't that serious, I want to say. Like, it was just like having a big toll on my, like, I was feeling a lot of pressure. I was like really putting a lot of pressure on myself to do well and to figure out the decks and to figure out what I wanted to play, figure out what other people were going to play, figure out what kind of matchups I had to deal with. Like, there was so much going through my head that I was forcing myself to think about. And this year, like, I'm just like, we're just not going to think about that. And I feel like that's definitely true, that there's just going to be some lingering things that I'm going to naturally do. And in some ways that's good, because, like, I intend to get back to the regular running of things next year and the year after. But I think for this year, like, if I see something that I'm like, oh, like, that, I don't like that. Like, I don't like that exists. Like, I'm just going to move on. And, like, the fact that, because, like, think about it this way, right? the at the start of the season with Deep Dive Sable, it's like, I think this deck is so good that it impacts the way that I have to build a corp deck. And in this season, like, if something like that exists again, like, that's still true, but it's just not going to impact the way that I play that much. But I think it makes sense. Like, it still has to, because it's still going to be like a deck in the meta. It's still a deck that I'm going to have to think about when I'm going to tournaments. But I guess we're just gonna deal with it. We're just gonna play, and if we run up against it, like, we're not gonna worry too much. That's the theory. That's the theory. Well, you're right. Like, we'll see if it actually happens, but that is the theory. All right, let's look at Hiram. I'm just gonna start with this because I haven't looked at this at all. Oh, this is I see. All right, Utati. Let's give you a good old, like, man, I just got completely faked out. Let's look at, do I even look at deck lists? I don't know. Sometimes, usually how I suggest people build their deck is you start off with somebody else's deck and you just build from there. I think what I'm actually going to do is we're just going to start from scratch. I always suggest people to look at other people's lists and make edits. But in this case, like, we're doing a stream. I have a certain vision for this ID that I want to carry out. So I'm going to do this from scratch. I know that, like, it sounds like Hiram has, some people think it's really good and some people think it's not very good. So it's probably good to, as somebody who thinks it's very good, this is, like, exactly the kind of ID that's good for me. So it's probably good to me to just, like, build this from scratch and show y'all what I have in mind, which is currently nothing. I just have ideas in mind in terms of theory, but I don't actually have a list in mind. Yeah, Edoc says, is the deck list of the week a real deck? I thought it was a joke. I just realized, yeah. I think that vision is ideally not a stealth deck, TBH. Oh, yeah? Okay, let me explain the vision, and then we can figure out the cards. So here's Hyram, right? Hyram is an ability that gives you information of the top of R&D. So most of the time, it's relevant once per turn, right? Like, yeah, you might run and steal something or trash something and trigger it again, or there might be a spin doctor that gets rezzed and you get to trigger it again, or there's lots of things, but the vast majority of the time, it's going to be relevant once per turn. You're going to look at the card. If you want to steal the agenda, you go and take it, and if you don't, then it stays there. And if you run in, you probably can't, like, it depends on the setup, but if there's probably not too many scenarios where you look at the top card, go and trash or steal it, and then run, and then, like, install or trash another hardware, and then see the next card, and then actually follow up on that information. So that brings me to my first big point, is I think the way that Hiram needs to be played is that you have to be, it's very interesting because you have to be very conscious of when you install or trash a piece of hardware. Like, you shouldn't just do it whenever. You should do it during a time where you can actually follow up and use that information. Now, information is always useful, but what I'm talking about is if you see an agenda, you should be able to go and steal it. And if you can't, you should really think about, should I actually install this simul chip now, or should I actually wait and install it next turn? So that's, like, my first big point about, like, how to play Hiram. The other one, which is going to inform the deck building here, is that this is an ability that's really strong the further the game goes. And this is why it's like, this is exactly the kind of ID that I'd want to play and try to make work, is because the way that I play runner is oftentimes I'm here trying to stop the court from winning the game. And if I stop the court from winning the game, then eventually I'm going to win the game. And this ID I think fits that very well, because when you're trying to play control and you're trying to take control of the corpse board and deal with their assets or their ice or whatever it is, you oftentimes, like almost all the time, should not be spending clicks running R&D, because you're just like checking the top card. Yeah, there's a 1 in 5 you steal an agenda, but every time you spend an action running R&D, it's actually going to hurt your ability to control the board. So Hyram changes that math, because Hyram says you're only going to run R&D when you know that there's something there and you know that it's a valuable run. So now we're playing a control deck where that's dealing with the corpse threats, but we're also going to make very surgical R&D runs. And that's where the appeal comes from. So that's kind of what that's kind of the direction we're going. So with that said, I wouldn't play something like the girls' suite. So I wouldn't play like Dev Dedadrone and Pretty Mary, and like I don't want to fill my deck with cards that target centrals, because I want to play as much of a control deck as possible. And typically that means I don't want cards that say make a run on this specific server. Do we do something silly like Baker or Iru? So Baker and Iru are still very valid cards in Hyram, and Iru is part of the girls' suite, but Iru and Baker are both cards that let you get into the top of R&D by not actually running R&D. That's a very powerful ability, and is definitely something that synergizes with this ID. I can see myself playing one copy of Baker and playing this as a stealth deck. Visitron said that I think that Vision is ideally not a stealth deck. So far, I've been impressed with the stealth cards. I think that is where I'm leaning towards, just like as of right now. But as we go, I think that could change. Edok says, my thoughts are Simulchip and Boomerang are cards that are generally good and trigger the ID twice. That's true. Boomerang's double trigger is a bit rough since you are mid-run for the second trigger, so you might be getting info you maybe can't act on. Yeah, so I think Boomerang's best part is that it just comes back. So it's like a hardware that you can shuffle back in and reinstall, and that gets you your Hyram trigger. The fact that it trashes, I think, as already commented, is the vast majority of the time not going to be relevant. The other thing is that when you install Boomerang, you do have to commit to installing the Boomerang. So you can install Boomerang, trigger Hyram, and then choose where to target the Boomerang. But at that point, you've already like committed to installing the Boomerang. So if you don't see an agenda, like, are you going to put it on R&D still? I don't know. Might be something we play, might not. But it's a good flag. Visitron says not like an all-in Methuselah or bust list. So I've been impressed by Methuselah. I like what I've seen so far. So let me show you my startup Hyram. So this is what I played in startup. There's probably too many telework contracts in here. But this deck for me was doing pretty good in startup. I liked, like, we ran like a very short tournament on Wednesday, and this is the deck I'm going to play tomorrow. I've been liking what Methuselah has been giving me. I think there's probably too many telework contracts in here, and I think I probably need a little bit more draw. For those who are actually like considering the cards that I've put in this deck, like, this is just a control Hyram, like, play Methuselah deck in startup. So, like, you'll see that there's T400 memory diamonds, and there's a second game dragon, and there's like all of these hardware that's redundant. It kind of served me pretty well. And of course, like, there's limited cards in Hyram, or in startup as well. It's probably where I'm going to go, unless I see something else. Because, like, when we think about building a runner deck that's gonna go sustain for a while, right? We probably want a good drip economy. Or we could play something that rips through the deck quickly and plays Ashen. Which way do you go? It's actually really complicated. Let's do it this way. If I pull up the new set, because obviously, like when you're deck building and the new set is just released, you kind of have to remind yourself about all the cards that have been released. Because I kind of have like some good idea of the cards that currently exist. Tungsten Tailor's a card that we've seen around a lot. It's not going to be worth the influence here. Lampades, I think, is a pretty good card. It's also a really good card for a control deck because you can trash operations with it. Although obviously, you know, if you run into something like a Miyushu, it's going to cost you 10 credits. Probably not going to pay that. Bad Pub is definitely something that's going to help, but Take a Dive and Compromat are both for influence. Baker, I think, is really good. If there's something that we can use to synergize with Baker in addition to our ID, that would be really good. We're looking at something like Chain Reaction, but obviously it's not going to work if you're playing Methuselah. And then you have something like Beta Build and DZMZ, or not DZMZ, Beta Build and Knickknack, which is also a little bit of an engine card. And then you have Sippa, Touchstone. Like, we're probably just going to play, like, that's the most obvious direction to go for me, is you play Stealth, and you play Touchstone and Methuselah, and that, interestingly, will be the two cards that I spoiled. Yes, I'm building standard. I was just showing the startup list, but I don't want to spend too much time building startup. As I said, I'm going to the Seattle districts next weekend. So I do want to figure out what decks to play there, and ideally it's going to be these two. Okay, so how do we control the board? Burner is a card we're going to flag. So we're just going to put one copy in here. Just throw that in. That's just going to be, like, we want to keep cards that were, like, so here's the thing. We don't want to run into a situation where we're up against a bunch of combo cards that are piled up in HQ, and we can't get to them, and our R&D multi-access is non-existent because we're only relying on Hyram. So we basically have to have cards that attack HQ in this deck, because I don't want to play cards that also attack R&D. Although with that said, Twinning is probably the best runner card that exists right now. And Twinning is something that you can get counters off with Methuselah and Touchstone. So that's probably, again, it's a very organic process. This is going to be the basis of the deck. So if we play 2 Twinning, and we play 3 Gachapon, we do need pinholes, so we probably can't play all of the Gachapons, or we can't play all of the Twinnings. Because I think we want an after image. And then this is where, like, referring to your other decks can help you out. Corsair, I think, is a Fractor that's really good. So can definitely play a Corsair. And then, of course, I said that Lampades, I think, is good. But obviously we're going to play 3 Sinal Chip. And then I think what we would do is we would just fill the deck with Methuselah and Touchstone. So right now I'm just getting all the absolutely essential cards in here, and then we're going to fill out the rest. But I think Gachapon twinning is probably a very good start. Because Gachapon triggers Hyram twice, right? Twinning is something that can be tutored off, soft tutored off the Gachapon, and twinning is also just a really powerful card. Probably a very strong core to this deck here. Both Meth and Touchstone for Drip Crazy. Yeah, I think so. Like, both of these cards synergize. I mean, like, Touchstone synergizes with Methuselah quite well, because Touchstone is a card that you want to have down early, and having extra copies is fine because you can chuck them out to your console. This deck's going to require a lot of draw. You're definitely going to want 3 rituals. I'm wondering if we do something like Knickknack, Muse, Coalescence. Probably not. It does take up some amount of MU, but the Gachapon kind of synergizes with it, and it also lets you play spec work. And this is kind of the great thing about this ID is I think it actually trims down on a lot of your card slots. Interestingly, like you can play a lot of like redundant cards in hardware, because my multi-access situation is going to be solved by mostly my ID, and in this case we're just going to play in 2 twinnings. We're probably not even going to play the burners, although playing 1 I think does make sense. You obviously have air check, which I think is very strong, so we're going to play that. Creative Commission. I'm kind of filling in the deck now, which I don't actually really want to do yet. We do need to figure out breakers. So what are the breaker situation? The barrier breaker situation is not that good if we don't play Corsair, right? Because thinking about the barrier breakers that existed prior to Corsair, like there really isn't something that kind of fits in here too well. So let's put in a Corsair. Of course, we have SMC, and we're going to need that because we don't want to play multiple copies of Corsair. I probably also want to play Afterimage. Because I think here we're playing Echelon. So is my face blocking stuff? It's not. Okay. We probably want to play Afterimage. We could play Revolver. We're probably just happy to play an Afterimage. One thing that you can do when you're deck building, that I do often, first of all, let's finish making sure that there's nothing here. We were talking about a Baker as well. I don't think Read, Write, Share is a good card, by the way. I think somebody's... If you think this is a good card, please explain. You're kind of just cycling, you're spending a whole card in 2MU to just cycle cards that are useless now but useful later. There shouldn't be too many cards that fit that bill. Baker's 3 influence. That sucks. That sucks a lot. Sucks a whole lot. Okay, let's go to advanced. Let's find out what fractors, or not fractors, killers are even a thing. So killer, rotation, ban list. I like to sort this by faction. Oh, and we have it as images. Let's just go checklist. Okay, Honore is not going to be it. Num, Boitata, Hantu, Afterimage, Carmen, Revolver, Echelon, Orca, and Living Mural. Right, so it's going to be Afterimage. Okay. And Afterimage is good. And then if we want this Baker, we're now going to be way over influence. We're already over influence. The way that this probably goes is you probably just cut a twinning. Or you still play 2 twinnings and you play 1 Gachapon. It's a little sus. It does feel weird to only play one twinning in a deck like this, but the thing is, like, we don't need the twinning. The twinning is just going to be a nice to have. It's going to complement the burner a little bit. Again, like, we just want some kind of HQ pressure. But most of our pressure is just going to be like playing for the board. Touchstone is insane. Yeah. Okay. So then here we're probably playing a Unity. We're probably playing a Chromatophores, I imagine. Where else do we go? Let's refer to a different list. So, well, actually, there's still some key cards that we haven't put in here. So let's see how many slots we actually have. So if we play the Gambles, we play the Nukas. There's Daily Cast and Overclock. Overclock probably fits quite well here just because it lets us SMC out our breakers. Maybe not entirely. Not entirely. Gachapon's also not going to, like, it's currently not getting us too much, so we do actually need to think about whether this card's actually going to be worth it, but we'll think about that when the time comes, which is not quite yet. Daily Cast is a card. Just looking at other sources of money, we do need a little bit more money. Like something like Fermentor's a card. It's currently not clear why Simulchip is in the deck, so we do want to think about that. Like, not necessarily put something in the deck for Simulchip, because that's a bad reason to play Simulchip. You do need a reason to play Simulchip in the first place. Obviously, it triggers Hyram. So we're probably gonna, like, what? We're gonna cut a pinhole and play... but can we really play one pinhole? Is that good enough? Like, we're saying that we're just gonna be efficient enough that one pinhole is going to be fine. So we can do something like this, and we play a Fermentor. And now we're actually just going to be like simulchipping the Fermentor, which doesn't seem that good. Doesn't seem that good at all. Hazamat. Chromatophores. Chromatophores is legit. Coalescence is legit. Cordyceps. Palangi is legit, although you'd probably rather play the Chromatophores first, just because it synergizes with Afterimage. Flickering Baker lets you deep dive off triple archives. It sure does. It sure does. I don't want to do that here. So, and that's actually, and it's actually an interesting comment, because I want to start off whenever you're deck building. Like, we could play a deck that we know is going to be like pretty good, or we could play a deck that's a little bit further out there to see if it works. Because if it does, then this deck should be better than something that's trying to play deep dive. Because, like, again, I don't want to play a deck that's like attacking. And I want to play a deck that's a little bit more like reactive. And I think Deep Dive with Baker is very strong, and I think you can build a Shaper deck that is just doing that, and it's probably going to win a lot of games. Not the kind of deck I want to play right now, but I think that deck is definitely a thing. 3x Propeller over Corsair. It's not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. That's what your simulchips become for. It does limit you quite a bit. think I want the Corsair. Boom, boom. Yeah. I think you want the Corsair. I think it's worth it. How are you getting the Methuselah to trigger? That is something to think about. That is very much something to think about. Like, we do need to make runs, right, to get the Methuselah to trigger. And currently, and you're right, that's a really good comment, John. There's not something in here that actually incentivizes making runs. So I think for that reason, actually, we're actually going to be looking at a Knick-Knack Muse Coalescence engine. And that's going to synergize with the Gachapon quite well. So, and we also have the slots for it, right? So that is going to get us, so it's going to get us 3 Coalescence, 3 Muse, and that's going to be our long-term sustainability. It's just that engine. So, and then we can play our Knick-Knacks. That gets us to 45. This fermenter is no longer necessary. And it probably also makes us want to play DZMZ. But also we also just don't have like any Methuselah targets. So maybe Methuselah is actually not good enough for us to justify playing here. This is tough. I mean, and this is kind of where these new cards kind of pose these questions. It is kind of tough to trigger this Methuselah. Anacam Touchstone is better than Methuselah in the deck building it requires. Yeah, I can totally see that. Because like we really don't have, like, we need something to make the runs, like to justify making the runs, and we also need something to actually throw out. And we currently don't have the hardware to do that. Let's actually just, as an exercise, look at the hardware that we have available. So we could throw Airblades in, but like this is actually the problem, is like if we fill the deck with hardware, we're actually just making a run for the purpose of triggering Methuselah, which is not ideal. Basilar Synthland. It's a thing. Stuff like Game Dragon, like Airblade, Game Dragon. That's probably the 2 cards. Airblade, Game Dragon, and then like T400 is a fine card. Like T400 is like damage tech, right? Like it's like some kind of combo kill deck is trying to kill you, and you can install your T400s. Like it's not a dead card in those matchups, and in other matchups you throw it out to your Methuselah. Even with the extra backpacks and Touchstone, most hardware is too valuable. Yeah. Yeah, you might be right. Might be right. Thing is, we also just don't have very many Hyram triggers right now either. So we have to be really conscious about when we're installing and trashing. With Methuselah, it gives you a way to do it, but it's tough. Very tough. I love Game Dragon and Stealth. Well, if you play Methuselah, I think Game Dragon 8 makes a lot of sense. Especially getting your Corsair to 1. That's a big deal. Afterimage to 3 is also oftentimes quite relevant. Okay, so we're at a bit of a crossroads here. Do we go the Methuselah direction, in which case we would cut the Muse Coal and the Knick-Knack and play more hardware? Well, or we could cut the Nukas, actually. Or we could cut a Nuka. We also don't need all the Muse and the SMCs anymore, right? Because this can get us breakers-ish. So you do something like that, like that. Muse, Cole, Knick-Knack. We play 2 Game Dragons. And we could even play Airblades. This is a fine hardware to just include in your deck. Also DZMZ. Say you get a Hiram trigger, how are you capitalizing on that information? Well, if it's something you can steal or trash, you go and take it. And if it's not, then like in all other cases, you're just gaining information. I think that's something that we can show when we play a game. The Methuselah question becomes, is filling your deck with cards that say gain 2 credit stealth worth it? And the answer thus far has been no for me. Yeah. Veronica, hey, hope you're having a nice weekend. Thank you, you too. We're just doing some casual like building and playing today. And then I've got a startup tournament tomorrow. We're going to build standard today. But yeah, it's going to be a good weekend. Is filling your deck... Yeah, this deck is going to be a little tough, hey? Let's get rid of this burner. We're going to be as greedy as possible. This touchstone is not going to get us a ton of triggers. So we're running into a slots problem here because we can't really put Muse Cole in the deck. Man. Could play Leech, actually. Leech is a reason to run. Leech is a pretty good reason to run. So if I go Leech and we cut the Muse Cole and we cut the Fermenter, the deck's rather poor right now. Like we just have Gamble Creative, and then we're really relying on Methuselah. The deck is rather poor. Hosting a GNK tomorrow. Nice. Leech, and then we run HQ Archives. Yeah, probably mostly Archives. But there's enough value there, right? You run Archives, you get a Leech counter, you get your Methuselah trigger. That's tough. Very, very tough. There's just not the slots. Should we just try the deck as is? Just do something like that. I'm not sure the Game Dragon's actually necessary, but that's okay. DZ. Airblade is a card. Do we need the DZ? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, we're probably going to be... Do we need the DZ? Probably not. The deck is poor. The deck is very poor right now. But also, don't we already have good ways to boost strength? What we're missing is something else. Yeah, it's true. I think Methuselah and Touchstone don't go in the same deck. I can see that. It might actually just be cutting Touchstone. More than 45 cards in full of jank. That's true. Yeah, that might be true, Veronica. Touchstone just doesn't go in the same deck. So I'm not getting enough out of it. But the other thing is there's no hardware that actually just gains me money, right? Like, I'm actually just short on cash here. Like, we played daily casts for that? Probably. If we cut the touchstones for daily casts, we've got Knickknack, Cold Muse, 2 DZMZs. We could easily play a third one. And I kind of want to add Airblade in. But there's no other econ card. Or sorry, not resource. There's no hardware that gains me money. So stone ship. Artist. Yeah, simulchip plus coal, for sure. That's probably going to be used somewhat often. Maybe we just try this. Is the air check worth the slots? I'm relying heavily on the Methuselah here to get my stealth credits now, without the touchstone. That's a little sus. It's a little bit sus. Which makes the Corsair and the Afterimage, like I might be eating up a little too much stealth. That's also a concern. We also just don't have, like, early in the game, you want to have some kind of ability to just get into R&D. So that when you, like, install a hardware, you can go. We currently don't have that. That's also not ideal. So maybe we do play Propeller. Genuine question. What are we using stealth credits for? Yeah. I mean, we're using them... If we play Corsair... Like, Corsair and Afterimage are very good breakers. It's eating up a lot of influence. Huh. Like, the other way we can do this is we can play more limited breakers, like temporary breakers. And when we do that, the deck is just going to become, like, we're going to use the simulchips more. We're going to use the Knickknack more. And that probably just generally makes more sense. We could do it that way. Right? What do we think of that? If we go... And then we don't have to play the air check. All right. Okay, we're going to go 3 DZMZ. We're going to cut the air check. We're going to cut the Afterimage, cut the Corsair. We're going to play a Revolver. We're going to play an Echelon. And we're going to play 3 Propellers. And we're already over deck size. That sucks. That's okay. And then we're going to play an Ashen. Does that look a little better? You don't need the Fermenter now. Well, we never needed the Fermenter in the first place. So... yeah. Yeah, we don't need this. We can play a 3rd Gachapon. We can go to 1 SMC. And we're going to keep the Methuselah, I think, because it's still just a good card, question mark? Maybe it's not. We don't need the Game Dragons anymore. And you're gonna tell me that Methuselah is actually not a good card. Well, the thing is, we're already triggering Gachapon. Oh yeah, Baker. Baker's a card. We could be playing a Baker. Outside of Netrunner, 3 propellers is usually a bad idea. I want them to be in even numbers. Well, you have 2 on the side and 1 at the back. That's fine. Yeah, and then we just, like, pop our Ashen. We probably don't want 3 Gachapons. Maybe we do. Propeller. Could play our Rising Tide. Is Ashen too much of a... I don't think so. I'm just wondering if we actually have enough Hyram triggers here. Because we want to get through the deck. I do like the Methuselah. Just as like Methuselah as a card that's just cycling, like it's cycling extra copies of hardware for 2 credits and an ID trigger, I want to say is worth it. Thoughts on playing Lampades? I was quite happy with it. Yeah. I feel like I was quite happy with it too, playing it in startup. Use Simulchip to recur them and get more uses. Yeah, I totally agree. I actually quite like Lampades. So you can play that instead of the 3rd Gachapon. We've kind of turned the deck much faster now, which is quite good. We don't need the Game Dragons. So that could definitely just get cut. And now we just don't actually have Methuselah targets. Wow. Okay, I feel like we actually just got to look at all the hardware that exists. So let's go one by one. Boomerang, obviously. Flip Switch. Flip Switch is a card. I do like Flip Switch. Sorry. Yeah, okay, so Baker and Lampades, I'm kind of keeping in mind. We kind of need to deal with this hardware issue first, and then we'll see if we have influence. Would Buffer Drive be better than Ashen? I don't think so, because we're also going to be Ashening the propellers, which is a little concerning, actually. Like the propellers and the simulchips, like that's limited. The revolver and the simulchips are limited. I don't know if the echelon's actually necessary if we play Ashen and simulchip and revolver and Muse actually. So actually, yeah, this echelon's actually just not needed because we have Muse. Like we have ways to recur, and if we get an Ashen, we can Ashen into Muse revolver. Like we have Gachapon, we should be okay here. Flip Switch is very interesting. Flip switch is very interesting. Right. Okay. Flip switch is very interesting. I really want to play that. Flip switch the goat when Anansi was still around. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay. Like, I think it's abundantly clear right now that Methuselah is not good in this list. So that's kind of what we're dealing with right now. Two ways we can go about that. We can either put more hardware in the deck to make it good. The thing is that currently in the list, the second and third copy of DZMZ, the second and third copy of Methuselah, and then whatever else we put in is food. That's not enough. I don't know if daily cast is actually necessary. We could cut the daily cast, but like I think then the deck becomes a little more janky. Is a little too janky, right? If we cut the daily cast and just play hardware, then you're left with like I want to play like what hardware is actually marginally useful, right? It's Airblade, like not Game Dragon anymore, I don't think. But like it could be, right? You could put it on a propeller, and then move it to your Unity when you want to knick-knack your propeller. Is that it? Touchstone is still tempting. And then of course, like you have T400 if you want to play like damage tech. Full circle of not being stealth. Yeah, we might be there. I think we are there. It's just the issue is like, are we actually going to get enough ID triggers if we don't play the Methuselah? I don't know. Maybe we are. I think we just gotta play it. Let's play it. So what I'm thinking is we play 2 touchstones. We play Anacam? Not really. I don't need to play a console. What are the consoles? Anacam. Could play 1 Anacam. Anacam, Game Dragon. Don't really need a lily pad. Pantograph is fine. I like Super Corridor. Huh. I'm kind of glad you got there. Gachas and Simals alone are enough. I think that's something that we just have to play. I'm not convinced that's enough. But we might be able to go through the deck fast enough that is enough. So I think let's try that. So we gotta cut the Methuselah. We're gonna add 4 cards to the deck, and we're just gonna go and play. So I think we go. I mean, I think it's just money and draw. So we could play an Airblade. Might as well? Question mark. Might as well play a Game Dragon, actually. Thing is, it's not quite the same. Like, we can't just, like, willy-nilly add hardware now because we don't play Methuselah. It's a pantograph. Touchstone is probably still fine. Like this is a Rizeki, right? Ish. Not quite. Not really not quite. Really weird. Really, really weird. Harmony AR therapy is just a thing instead of the Ashen as well. It's probably just better. Probably is just better. Could just shuffle a simulchip back. Probably is just better. Okay, so let's do this. We're gonna go like that, and then we're gonna play 2 flip switches. And is that the list? We don't need the touchstone. The Game Dragon can stay. Now we just need 1 card. Probably the one of Burner actually comes back now. Let's just check to make sure we haven't missed anything. Rejig. Oh. That's funny. We could just... This is actually a 0-cost Hiram trigger. At worst. That's not bad. It's not bad at all. Just checking to make sure I haven't missed anything. We've checked this. Look it through the resources. I think that's it. We can play stone ships, obviously. Time for test draws. Yeah, that's a great suggestion. Test draws is something that we should definitely do. 1 pinhole's a little sus. Let me just do 1 final flick through. Game Dragon, I think, makes sense. Gachapon, we have a lot of targets. I like the 1 SMC. We probably need more SMCs, actually. No, because we're gonna get, like... We basically have to install some breakers with our Gachapon. He only casts 20. Okay, I think this makes sense. So, not stealth. No longer stealth. Probably a better... We can probably find a better title. I don't know. Somebody give me a deck title. Please. That would be immensely helpful. This hand is... It's actually fine. My initial reaction is it's not good. It's actually fine. Because you go DZ, Muse Cole, Nuka Creative. Next turn, you're hitting the Nuka. Same thing. Have a cast, though. The flip switch lets us poke. Maybe the flip switch is actually not good enough. Maybe it should be a 1-of. Play a 2nd pinhole. Does let you poke around, though. We do like that. This hand's fine. We're not seeing the knick-knack. We might actually just want to play a third Nuka as well. Instead of that burner, maybe. It's tough. Because once we kind of get set up, the Nukas become less useful, because we're going to be drawing a card off knick-knack. Right. There's the rituals. Hand is a little sus, though. Wait, twinning just doesn't work anymore. Why is twinning still in the deck? Oh no. Y'all, we took out all the stealth and we forgot that twinning doesn't work. No! Dang it. Took out all the stealth. This twinning doesn't work anymore. Why is twinning in the deck? That's a big problem. It's a huge problem. Alright, I guess we're not playing twinning. Taran, how's it going? Just play Hannah and Deep Dive. Yeah, we could do that. Put in a Docklands. Docklands, I think, is legit. Docklands is very much legit. Yo, twinning doesn't work anymore. Okay, we're gonna look through the hardware again. Boomerang? Could cut a twinning, cut a flip switch, and play a boomerang? 2 boomerangs? Not really. I feel like boomerang is just awkward to use here. Wow. Yeah, the whole stealth twinning thing doesn't work anymore. I'm spending more time on doing this than I was hoping. I do want to play. Twinning. Dr. Nuka. Like, the Gachapon getting the twinning was one of the big appeals. Of course we can play a mantle. Yeah, we could do this. We could play Q-Loop and play 2 mantles. Now we're going really deep in the jank tank. It's also kind of a good card for Methuselah. Right? We play 1 Q-Loop. No, we can't play 1 Q-Loop. Well, it's going to cut into our influence here. But we could play Q-Loop and play 2 mantles, and then we can trigger this. Like, we're getting 2 twinning counters a turn. Right? We do have the MU for all of that. And we also kind of want to be running with knick-knack. What do we think? Revolver. Like, we could just play an echelon instead of the revolver. And then the times where we don't draw the Q loop, we're actually just, well, we probably have to put 2 Q loops. I kind of like it. Okay. Let's go. Oh my gosh. It's like, it's going to be such a change though. Okay, if we put 2 Q loops in the deck, that means we're now cutting the revolver and we're playing an echelon. It also means we're cutting a gachapon and probably both the flip switches. But one is still kind of fine. And then we're going to play 2 mantles. The issue is slots. But mantles just like... maybe too fancy, because we're not actually using the stealth aspect of it, and we're just using it to trigger our Q loop off turn. I mean, we can also just be using mantle for twinning, and that's it. That's also probably just fine. It does mean that we want something else other than just the unity, though. Wait, okay, somebody remind me, I can boost a breaker outside of a run, right? Right? Pretty sure I can. Like, the reasons that you do it during a run before was just because of Taka. Like, there was just never a reason to do it. But I think Taka, yeah, I can just boost a breaker outside of a run. Deep in the jank tank. Very deep in the jank tank. Yes, okay, very good. So I think we go 1 Q loop. We can cut this flip switch. Right? We following? Are we cooking? Are we cooking? This game dragon's not needed. I think we're cooking. This burner's not needed. Echelon propeller unity, 2 mantles, right? We can use it for the Q loop, and we can use it to boost our breakers. And I probably want to put... the fact that we can't boost propeller. Is there another fractor that we can play? What fractors we got? Bad, bad, bad. Corsair. Corsair. No, but it says the barrier you are encountering. No, but that's fine as well. So I could use Corsair. But we don't have the stealth, right? So we're not going to think about that. We've already gone down that path. Kurapira, Gauss, Penrose. Penrose. Low-B Pressure Spike and Principia. I mean, we just need to get our unity down. That's fine. Right? Sell it to Knickknack is also +6. Yeah, I think Cass is just going to be a bit more straightforward. But I think you might be right. That environmental testing is actually just better here. Gachapon. You might be right. But yeah, but as you said, like sell the daily cast to Knickknack is also +6, so it's going to be a little bit more simple. I think this is the list. I think I want something for the mantle. Is there another Sentry Breaker? Not really, hey? Like, we probably want a Chromatophores or a Palangi just to help us deal with big sentries. That's currently a hole. Yeah, we don't have something like that right now. Since we are in Janktown, would the back +2 pinhole be better than Q-loop and Boomerang? The back. No Baker. Yeah, no Baker. Well, that's 3-hole influence. Kind of like the Q-loop. The Q-loop's actually probably good. Right? I think the Q-loop's probably good. The back. I don't think we need the back. The back is going to get us Simulchip, and that's it. And Boomerang, but like yeah, because getting us Gachapon is not going to do us anything. Q-loop gotta be bait. No. I think Q-loop is good. Like, you're running with Knickknack, you get to look at the top 2 cards. Like that's just a bonus. But Q-loop letting you mantle something onto the board, like also on the corpse turn triggering DZMZ. No, that's gotta be good. That's gotta be good. Okay, we're gonna roll with this. We basically have 2 mantles, but the mantles are only going to be used by Unity and Q-loop. That's like the most sus thing about the list right now, in my mind. And I'm trying to figure out how to fix that. And I don't see a way. Like, I'm trying to find a breaker that's in faction that is just that just has like a 1 to boost cost on it. I don't think that exists. Living Mural. Well, this does solve my concerns about sentries. It does kind of solve my concern on about sentries. But you have to put it on something. Nah, it shouldn't be it. Yeah, I don't think it exists. Don't think it exists. If only there was a card that lets you use Mantle and synergizes with Twinning to skip heavily iced R&D and HQ servers. Man, Wentagon. You want me to play Baker? You're right. You are right. What's happening with this deck? Baker. Well, we do have the mantles for it. Q loop. Baker's probably good. Baker is probably good. Don't want to cut the pinhole though. We like cut a gachapon and a boomerang and play a second pinhole. Man, we're just like pushing me towards cutting this Q loop. See something on R&D, SMC Baker seems solid. If you could tutor Q loop, I'd keep it. Yeah, no, you're right. Like the Q loop is definitely like if we draw it, it's good, and if we don't draw it, like I can't tutor it. You're definitely right about that. Wait, you're saying read write share is cracked? I was talking about this earlier. I don't understand how that card is good. What? We're saying this card is cracked. The fact that I can spend a click and 2 MU to host up to 4 cards. So I'm spending a click and 2 MU to, over the course of 3 turns, cycle up to 4 cards in my hand. Just gas, isn't it? What? But it's a dead card later as well. Nah. I don't see that. I don't see that at all. I don't see that at all. Okay, I've got a comment from Ryan saying that I think Baker is good, but let's try it without it. I think that's exactly what I needed to hear. So we're gonna try it. We're gonna try this. Okay. Probably now sus. Let's call this sus. Okay. We've been streaming for like almost an hour, like basically an hour and a half. So let's play. We're gonna play the sus Hiram. Should I turn on a deck list overlay? Hang on, let me do that. Okay. All right, let's give this a shot. Maybe this isn't the deck for it, but it just fixes all those deep dive lag games where you draw expensive programs and deep dive early and you're sad. Sure, that makes sense. That makes sense. Like, especially if you have cards that are yeah, I think you're right. Like it's not the deck for it, but there are certain decks where I can see it because you're playing like certain cards that you want to see later and not early. Okay, up against Thule. Knick-Knack Coalescence is beautiful. Okay, so we're gonna keep this. That's gonna get us going. We're thinking about like end of the line shenanigans. Did they keep? They mulled. I'm probably just gonna check that. 1, 2, 3. Run last click is probably not the line. Did they really install an agenda like that? I don't think they did. So I think that is what we're going to do. Distributed tracing. Sure. It says noted. It's really good. This is my first time playing Hiram on JNet. It says noted. So if we steal an agenda here, we could just die. But that's, I think, highly unlikely. And we drew Ritual to Regolith. Yeah, get that out of here. Oh, I probably should have put this. I totally forgot to put it in the title. Okay, fine, fair enough, fair enough. They didn't want to be streamed. That's fair. That's my bad. I totally forgot to put it in the title. Let's try this again. I'm excited. Gachapon, like the Q loop triggers so much stuff. Like then you got the mantle. Like you could just like blind Q loop, and I love doing that. Again, we're like I was talking about this at the very top of the stream. The fact that I'm not going to Worlds and I'm just like exploring cards and just having fun. Like these are the exact kind of decisions that I want to be making. There's two parts to the game, right? Deck building and then playing the game. And like Baker's good. Baker's good. And if it wasn't the influence situation, like I definitely want to play it. We also just don't have a console in here right now, and we probably want to just play like a one-of Pantograph. Right? There's probably enough value there. Okay, bunch of cards. Fine. We definitely open with a Ritual. We have another Ritual, and we have a Harmony, which is a little unfortunate. Now, here's one of those questions. Do we install the Gachapon now? And I feel like we do, because I'd actually run R&D if it's something. Okay. So we see a trank grid. That's fine. And then we'll just get cards on the board. These are cards we're going to want to install eventually anyways. We might lose a little value by putting the Coalescence on the board here. Poking the remote is probably something we should have done. We're up against HB, they put a card in a remote on turn 1. We probably should have poked the remote, especially with the Gachapon. That's okay. Caveat emptor. Okay. Sure. That should be the Trank grid. It could also very reasonably could be an agenda that we're just trying to push out early. So actually, it probably is more likely that it's an agenda. I was like, wait a second, did I just draw 4 cards? Yeah, I did, because I have an extra click. That's hilarious. That's so funny. I really want to run that remote, but like it could also just be the Trank grid, so I'm not going to do that. Let's get the DZMZ down. Onto. Okay. Noted. So now we can install the Boomerang and run R&D. Yep. Don't have a knick-knack, but that's okay. This Boomerang is going to be useful parked here anyways, so even if they don't res, it's fine. Happy to break a drafter. Right, with these cards in the bin, we'll take ourselves an Onto. Thank you very much. And let's play a Creative Commission. We're probably going to pop the Gachapon at the end of the corpse turn, because that's going to give us a DZ trigger. A little bit of DZ value. Another ice on R&D makes sense. Okay, so let's pop the Gachapon. Oppo research, good to know. Okay. So we're gonna RFG. We're gonna RFG the Q loop. Oh my gosh. We didn't find the Unity. That's the only card that we'd actually be looking for the DZMZ, so that's a little unfortunate, but that's okay. Guess it is the Muse. Right? What else do we have here? Sorry, I should actually just look at my overlay. I can also zoom in here. There we go. What else do we have? I could be musing into nothing. Just into another Coalescence. So I essentially just gain $2. Or we could get the propeller down. And I'd probably just throw the Muse away. That's probably what we're doing. Let's just get the propeller down. Because we have another Muse in hand. Yeah, we're just going to get the propeller down. We're going to shuffle the Q loop, the Gachapon, and the Simul chip back. I think that makes sense. Good to know there's an Oppo. That's hella scary. Those are excellent draws. Knick-knack, run. Doesn't quite get us where we want to be, so we're just gonna put cards down for now. Maybe I should have installed the propeller just because it gets us the DZMZ value here instead of the twinning, but that's okay. Caveat emptor into ritual. Yeah, it feels so good. Feels so good. Okay, next turn we're going to be drawing 3 with Nuka. That gets us to 7 cards. It's actually the same situation as the turn before. We've got an advancement token this time. We might actually just be able to contest that. Never mind. There's a world where we drew either Unity or Echelon there, and then we can maybe get the Muse down and actually make a run, but that's okay. Dang it. I can't use the mantle credit to boost this twinning. That's an issue. That is an issue. We also don't want to install a hardware here because I'm not going to be able to follow up with a run on R&D. So I think we're just getting rid of this harmony. That sucks. No, this is fine. Let's just do this. Sure. We're gonna have to throw out a card. This is why I didn't want to do it, because I'd have to throw out a card. But yeah, we just throw out a propeller. Yeah. All right. Are we scoring a salvo testing here? Draw hedge fund advance. That is a salvo testing. Huh. This run for Knickknack is just not good. Awkward. All right, we gotta click this. Coalescence is a good draw, I guess. Yeah, this is fine. Vertigo, good to know. And then we just install the coal rather than the echelon. Thing is, I'm kind of expecting to take a core here off a salvo score, so we might actually just install the echelon instead. Just because we're gonna protect our breaker a little bit more. I'm okay to lose the coalescence instead. It's a let them dream. Nice. We love to see that. So we've put another let them dream to the... Wait. Oh, we've put another let them dream to HQ. And we've picked up a hedge fund, and we presumably have installed the Let Them Dream, and we've discarded a card. Okay, that's fine. So I could pay 2 credits with this echelon to get a twinning counter. Awful. Or we could muse out the Unity. This is probably an issue with this deck, actually. Well, no, because I have Gachapons. I've just been unlucky, I think. I think I've just been unlucky. We're gonna hit the Nuka. Okay. MIC, good to know. I think we're just not gonna run again. Yeah. We're gonna do this because of the DZMZs. And then we might as well get the cast down. And then hopefully next turn, at the end of the corpse turn, we're going to be getting this Gachapon for the Unity, or SMC, either works. And if we hit a Muse, I'll just Muse for the Unity. Okay, the information that we have, right? We know that there's Oppo, so like the money, we're gonna have to keep some money up. We know, and then we know that there's Vertigo and MIC, which is not anything surprising, so we're just gonna keep that in mind. We're assuming that this is a Let Them Dream, and I don't really want to run that, so we're actually fine to just leave that here. Give me Unity, please. Perfect Recall. That makes sense. Also very good to know. So next time we see an upgrade, like there's a higher chance that there's a Perfect Recall. So that's good intel. As I said, we're just going to get this Unity out because we got to start building these counters. So we're going to get the Muse. We're going to search our stack for our Unity. That's going to cost us 3 real credits. That sucks a lot. But I think that's just what we got to do here. And we obviously don't want the knickknacks, so give me everything but. Done. And we know the top card is a Perfect Recall, so we don't need to run that. I don't mind a poke on HQ, but it's also just not necessary. So let's just get Mantle and run R&D. Like, we're just going to do nothing here. Or not R&D, rather. We're going to run Archives. I don't think... Oh, we didn't need to do this way. Wait. I did not need to do this way. Because I can just boost... I'm so used to, like, boosting stuff during runs. We don't need to do that. We could just run. Okay, third DZ is not really necessary. We've thrown the Vertigo out. That makes sense. So now we can just draw a card and put 2 cards on the board. Simulchip is good, but we want to hold off on that install because it's a hardware. So let's just get this down. We're going to boost it. And we're going to play a creative. And chill! Big chill. We'll probably run the next thing that goes in the remote. Oh, a draw is really weird now. And a second advancement token. So, oh sure, okay, so he's like kind of trying to bait me to come in because it's a Let Them Dream. And there's also a Perfect Recall, but there shouldn't be another Let Them Dream in hand. So I'm kind of happy to just run the remote this turn. I don't know. Maybe not. Happy to just leave it as well, because I kind of want this third DZMZ down, because I have this Muse hosting this Unity, which sucks. And we kind of want the Simulchip down as well, so I'm thinking we just look at the top card, see a humanoid. Don't love that. We kind of want to deal with that. We're probably going to deal with it next turn. So there's a humanoid. Wait. Oh, we shuffled it back. The Perfect Recall is going to stop me from... It's going to stop me from trashing humanoid, which is actually an issue. Big question here. Do we run now? Big question. Because we know there's MIC. Probably just run last click and just let them pop the MIC. But then we have to break a Bran to do that. 6, 12. Yeah. We also don't really want to install this simul chip. All right, let's just... This might end up being wrong, but we're gonna just do nothing for another turn. And we're gonna give them this. Oh, that's a great draw. That's gonna let me get rid of the humanoid. I shouldn't continue the run. Just boost this. Give me a... Let me in. And then we're just gonna draw. There's the Q loop. All right. Boomerang is in the deck. There's another 2 simul chips in the deck. He's probably going to go advance, score, install humanoid. Perfect recall is a little threatening. Let's see what happens with this Let Them Dream trigger, though. Oh, yeah, sure. Got the pinhole. We're okay. Reveal the melees. And we're going to install a card in the Rue, server 1. Okay. Discard 2. Right. Okay. Now I could just go pinhole run. And we also obviously have twinning to see 3 out of HQ. So like, we should be pretty good here. Pinhole simul chip run. Also, knickknacking a DZMZ was going to get us a Hyram trigger. Knickknack simul chip run. Let's start with this. It might be the DZ. No, because we need another barrier breaker. Yeah, okay. We're gonna miss out on a Hiram trigger this turn, I think. We're gonna miss out on a Hiram trigger. Okay. So get rid of the perfect recall. And then I think we're just happy to run the remote with a second propeller. Because like this could just be the humanoid, but we're also just happy to get rid of that. So we're not too concerned about what's actually at the bottom of the server, assuming that it's humanoid or the melee is. But it shouldn't be the agenda because they don't have a seamless launch, right? And without a seamless launch, like they need 2 seamless launches to score this. So it shouldn't be the agenda. So what's probably going to happen here is I'm going to come in, we're going to trash the humanoid, trash the tranker, and I'm going to run HQ and C3 as well. Okay. What just happened? I will trash this. I'm dead? Oh, actually, running HQ, I forgot that melee is actually cost a click to steal. I totally forgot that melee is cost a click to steal. That's kind of bad. Oh. Right. Sure. Okay, so I only have 3 clicks, and I can't clear all the tags. But how do I not win by seeing 3 out of R&D and 3 out of HQ? We can also clear 3 tags, and then we don't die to double end of the line. That's a play. Caveat emptor. Oh my gosh. Okay. Right? I do win by seeing 3 out of HQ and 3 out of R&D. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But I also just don't need to. Right? Like, you're telling me that you play... Like, we haven't seen... The thing is, we've been seeing cards out of R&D, right? And we haven't seen End of the Line or Mindscaping. I think I'm okay with just clearing 3 tags. Is that crazy? Oh. Okay. Yeah, okay. We weren't dead. That's fine. This is fine. Do 2 core damage. We lost the simul chip. That sucks, but we kept the harmony. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is very fine. Q loop. Reverb. Sure. Barrier. Free unres. Right. Okay, so it's a 0 res, 2 strength, 2 in the run barrier. Noted. Run HQ. Just make you spend some money. Let's see the knickknack cards. Boomerang SMC. Good to know. Oh, but we're also gonna... Wait. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I should have done this the other way. It's fine. Should have done that the other way. Oh. We could have Q-looped the boomerang for that. In another world. Sure, okay. So that's going to cost us 7 credits. Yeah, that's fine. Perfect recall. What was the top credit of R&D? Oh yeah, the reverb. trash that? Guess I do. Guess I do. We have another gamble left. We have another muse left. We have a gamble, a muse, and 2 more daily casts. So we'll just keep drawing. Sure. I think I'm happy to just trade a turn. So it's run archives, sell the DZ, see a petty cash. That's unfortunate because he can play that right away. Look at the top 2 cards. Simul Chip and Mantle. Love that. Holy smokes, we love that. Okay. Do I access? Sure. Humanoid and Ansel. So now we can gamble, clear 2 tags. And I can Q loop next turn. At the end of the corpse turn, we can Q loop. And we can also Q loop the mantle on the board, but we can't because we just threw out a DZMZ, so that sucks. But we want to install the Simul Chip at the end of the corpse turn so we can actually get info about R&D. Also, the fact that we saw Onto, I didn't think about this earlier. The fact that we saw Onto, well, no, they're probably still playing end of the line. The fact that we saw Onto is like suggesting maybe they're playing Hypoxia or some kind of other tag punishment, but I guess Vixsec or Unleash is probably what they're doing. Okay. Reveal the top card of the deck. Yes, please. Seamless launch. Noted. Start turn. Get the credit back. We're probably just going to pay this. What does Gachapon do for me? We have 2 daily casts. The mantle. Oh, there's a muse. Hilarious. Yeah, there's a muse. Okay. Oh, but the muse doesn't do anything. Unless we start knickknacking the Unity just to Simul Chip it back, we're probably going to do that just for MU here. So, how does this work? We're gonna mantle to install a new mantle. Yeah, okay, so we're gonna go like this. We're gonna install the mantle, trashing this mantle. And then we're gonna run archives. We're gonna knick-knack the Unity. We drew the Simul Chip. Wait, is there not another muse in the deck? Oh, there's not. It's on the board. Oops. It's just 2 daily casts. Sure. That sucks, because we missed out on the Q-loop trigger there for next turn, but that's okay. And then I guess this Gachapon is actually just going to be useless, so we should just put it on the board. Oh, I can't believe we didn't draw a cast. Shuffle 5 cards back, so I guess it'll be the simulchip. Like, whatever we install, we're gonna get a Hyram trigger, unless we just play the Harmony right now. We should actually play the Harmony right now. Yeah. Yeah, we should actually play the Harmony right now. Okay. Twinning? We should have played it earlier. Wait a second. Twinning. Pinhole? Twinning, pinhole, simulchip. Pinhole, simulchip. And then just like coalescences. Coalescence. You don't need the mantle, I don't think. I misplayed there. I should actually have 2 mantles on the board. Guess it's just gamble. We could shuffle the Unity back. Don't mind that, I don't think. No, it's just gamble. Because we have 3 simulchips, so we can just simulchip for the Unity, that's fine. Oh, so you're telling me I've lost? Reveal the top card of the stack. Show me Coalescence. Dang it. Okay. So what's this? We know that there's a seamless launch. If I run on click 1, I can spend a click to steal the melees, and I can spend a click on the MIC. But we can't deal with the second MIC, but he also can't res a second MIC. So how does run click 1... How does run click 1 not work? The tier just costs us a bunch of money. I can boomerang it, but then we lose to MIC. And the boomerang happens to be in hand. That sucks. Okay. Three, 6, 7. Seven credits. Cost me 7 credits, and I'm going to have 7. 8. Yeah, I just can't beat MIC into tier. What can I do about that? We know we have a twinning on top. Can knick-knack the cast, yep. So that's the 8. The 9 is the mantle. But that's still not enough. We're still too short. We needed that coalescence there off that trigger. Because I have to run on click 1. Otherwise, boomerang could do it. Boomerang, run. Burner would also do it here. Burner would do it. Well, I mean, I guess we're just like... popping the simul chip for Unity and seeing what the top card is. Oh, there's another simul chip in the deck. Wait a second. Okay, trash the muse. Top card is tier. Fine. There's another simul chip in the deck. And I can Q loop into that. So... that'll get me 4 credits. I could also install Propeller, and that would get me another multiple of 2 strength on the tier, which is worse than the Coalescence. So we get Unity. Three, 4, 5. Well, actually, I'd rather just get Coalescence right now, because then I can pivot to an HQ run. Right, so we're going to get Coalescence. Then we run server 1, and we knick-knack the daily cast. Dang it. No. Oh, we needed the... Oh, wait. Now this is just... now this MIC just ruins me. I don't even Hail Mary. Oh, well, go ahead. Yeah. That's just fires. That sucks. A little, what do you call it? That was close. That was close. Needed a Q loop hit. Any suggestions for a newer player to get better at playing now that the Corp has more viable options with 2 great runners getting banned? Yeah, I mean, lots of suggestions. Let me finish these comments here then. It was Double Drafter. Anything in HQ? Yeah, we needed this simul chip or the Coalescence. I think last turn I could have shuffled in a little bit more. Oh no! So draw, install twinning, run HQ was a thing. Dang. Yeah. We go install, pick this up. I basically gained 3 credits. Yeah, I was credit perfect to get in if the top card was a simul chip. But like, those odds are not good. But the odds of there being an agenda in HQ is also not very good. Yeah. Lampades would have done it. Burner would have done it. Interesting. Yeah, Lampades would have done it. Burner... Lampades would have been... well, Lampades wouldn't have done it for sure. But Burner would have been good here. I probably do need a Burner in this situation. That was fun. I like that. I'm definitely gonna play this again. Should have cashed in the twinning on the oppo turn. Potentially, yeah. I think given the deck knowledge afterwards, yeah, I was just like thinking about double end of the line in my mind, and that played around double end of the line. That's kind of what informed the clear 3 tags. Like in hindsight, it was definitely wrong, given what we were up against in terms of tag punishment. End of the line. Yeah, I definitely could have cashed in the twinning that turn. We probably would have won there because like I think the odds were quite high. But I was just thinking that I actually have pretty good odds if we play the long game and I just let the twinning get trashed. And I think I was right. Like there was a lot of turns there where I was like accessing the top card of R&D. Tips to a new player. In general, my corp win rate is a bit higher, and I'm not sure what I'm not considering in my deck building and play patterns. Yeah, so corp is definitely the easier side to play. Runner is really, really hard, so don't be too hard on yourself on that. Playing runner in this game is like insanely difficult. My tip for a newer player, based off of your comments so far, is to not focus on deck building too much. Deck building is very complicated. It's really hard to know when you're making a mistake in your play or making a mistake in your deck building. And it's also just very hard to identify mistakes in gameplay in the first place. So I would definitely suggest like playing decks that are out there. Obviously the set just released, but if you find, like, I think there was a Tiebreakers versus EA Sports like stream that happened today with like some pretty high level players who just playing some early brews. And I think as the next weeks go on, you're gonna start seeing decks being posted about people doing well at certain events with decks. And I would suggest just taking those for a spin and don't worry. Like if you're just focused on like getting better at the game, don't worry about deck building. And just focus on playing the game. And then in terms of like how to improve your play, such a complicated question, but I think try to have a vision as to what your deck is trying to do, and make sure that you have that starting point. So like when a game is over, what does your board state ideally look like? And that's true for the corp and for the runner. For the runner, it's usually like, what does my final board state look like? And for the corp, it's more like, during the course of the game, here's the things that I wanted to have done. And if you go into a game with those things in mind, then you'll find that you'll be able to play with a bit more purpose in terms of the actions that you take should serve to that end goal. And then as you get more experience, you'll be able to figure out like when you should respond to something that your opponent is doing. But that's something that you have to weave in to an existing framework. So make sure you have that starting framework to begin with. Yeah, but like the game's really hard. Like mistakes are very difficult to identify. Coaching is something that's available if that's something that you're interested in. That's something that I do. It's something that some other players do as well. It's something that I've been doing for probably like almost, not quite a year, but almost a year, I think. And I've been doing quite a bit of it now, just with like the new set releasing, and especially because I've kind of settled in a little bit more. So I've had a bit more time to be able to do it. But having somebody as a coach, whether that's like somebody like me or somebody that you don't know, or maybe that's just a friend that you're just doing like casually on the side with somebody you know in person or somebody who taught you the game, like having somebody sit next to you and just like play the game with you or kind of like review your games is a really good way of identifying mistakes, because it's really hard to do it on your own. And it's also really hard to misdiagnose a mistake. Like if something is going wrong, like it's very easy for one to think that X is the reason X is the problem, but actually it's Y. So like, for example, like if you're not drawing your breakers fast enough, like, is it because you don't have enough SMCs in the deck, or is it because you're not drawing enough? And one, like, there could be a right answer there. Sometimes there's not a right answer, but there could be a right answer there, and it's like really hard to figure out which one it is. But yeah, I think my key tip is like, think about what your, as the runner, what are you trying to do? What does your end board state look like, and what during the course of the game, what should you have tried to do? And same thing on the corp side, and then just like go into a game with that in mind, and try to make it so that your actions support that framework, that vision. I just brewed a Vic Methuselah Touchstone downtown deck. It's not complete Garbo. You end up flush with money. Very good. Yeah, I'm interested in how you, like, obviously, like, I did this on stream an hour ago, is that how do you balance the Methuselah Touchstone situation with the hardware and the events? And Mag Electric and Capybara, love that. And yeah, if you're interested in coaching, and this is to everybody, like, reach out, let me know, and I can send you some general info. You can find me on Discord. And I can, like, send you some info about what I do and how things generally work. And, you know, if you get the info and you decide that it's not for you, like, no hard feelings at all. But also, like, just explore the game. It's important to come into it with, like, the attitude that you're here to just get exposure to the game, and you want to get better, and part of getting better is you're going to lose a lot of games. You're going to run up against players who've been playing for a long time. They're more familiar with the card pool, more familiar with the play patterns, and more familiar with, like, just the ebbs and flows of the game itself. And that's just stuff that you're going to have to pick up over time. And as you play more games, and as you win games and as you lose games, like, that's something that you'll learn as you go. And there's, you definitely cannot replace, like, there's no substitute for lots of practice. But there's definitely ways that you can optimize how you practice. And I think that's like the key thing. Like, I think you can have a lot of fun playing this game and, like, not worrying too much about, like, the exact how to get better navigation. But if that's, like, on the top of your mind, I definitely suggest having somebody with more experience watch your games, or just, like, kind of spectate your games as you play them, whether that's in person or online, or just, like, look at your replays after games. Like, it's very, very useful. Okay. We're against Ayuko. Q-Loop is good. This hand is just good. Like, gamble creative. Q-Loop is going to draw us cards. If Wentagon is still here, definitely prefer that it's Q-Loop over Baker right now. But we'll see. Netrunner solo mode is a fun way to get over the first learning hump of Netrunner. Yeah, like, yeah, like, you definitely need to first, like, understand. I mean, I assume that we already, like, are past the point where we understand, like, how the game works, and some general knowledge of how the game works, for sure. Do I want to just run archives for this? Not really, right? So let's just do this. cohort, good to know. That's fine. And you'll notice here, just going back to talking about the game in front of me now, you'll notice here that I'm not playing the gambles because there's no need right now. Like I kind of need to keep my cards up. If I can like get an econ engine rolling, it's going to be better for me rather than trying to just play my events. And I have space in my hand, so let's just keep my hand full. That's probably the cohort. I do want to get rid of that. It's probably going to be Knick-Knack, Muse, Cole, Run. It could be Knick-Knack, Q-Loop, Muse, Cole, Run. That's better. We're not going to pop the Gachapon because I don't actually want to see the top card of R&D right now. So let's just do that. Stack, Cole. Oh, right. That's a hardware. Fly Swatter is good to know, though. We want to trigger the Knick-Knack first. Simulchip Repeller, excellent. Oh. Well, I could be dead. Probably am dead. Cast, gamble, gamble. That's actually okay. Like we have like Q-Loop and Gachapon is going to be pretty good. Hopefully we keep the Knick-Knack. We shouldn't. But we might. That we can assume is a Fly Swatter. Running last click on Jinteki. Classic. Yeah, hey? It is. That card shouldn't have been a bite, but oh well, it was. This should be the cohort Fly Swatter now. Although that's what I said last time, right? Top card is a FUT. Good to know. Start turn. Let's Q-Loop again. So much tempo. I think I'm just going to run into that. Like, I die to a number of things, I guess. Fly Swatter. Okay, now I don't die to, what do you call it? You know what I'm talking about. Anemone. Ritual daily cast, sure. Okay. Ritual daily cast, thinking. I do want to get rid of this cohort. Huh. Yeah, I think if I find a unity here, I'm happy to actually go through. So let's do it. We already know that. We found nothing. We only see 4 cards, so that sucks. We get a twinning? Don't actually want a twinning. Not right now, at least. Yeah, Mantle's just money, so let's just do that. We definitely don't want to RFG the twinning, though. Ritual cast. Yeah, it just has to be the chips. All right, sure. In short, our playgroup is now in the stage where we acknowledge basic rules and most of the common unique interactions, but we are not to the level of other playgroups that have more experience. Well, I think, I mean, it's okay. Well, the fact that there's a playgroup that's also really good to begin with. Like if you and one other person or maybe a couple of other people are here, they're like, you're here like, I want to get better. And you play games with each other. Like you find 2 posted deck lists, like, or a couple posted deck lists online, and you're like, let's just play this matchup together. So you go and you play, and you just play the game. And at the end of the game, you kind of talk about like what happened, like, or maybe as you're playing the game, it's like, well, I'm gonna make this run. I don't know if it's actually worth it for me. Like, here's the pros and cons that I'm considering. Should I make the run or not? Like, you're actively kind of talking it through together. I think that's valuable. Do I want another propeller? Not really. But the Corp also did nothing on their turn, which is really weird. And they also, yeah, that's really weird. Don't really want a propeller. But I could simulchip the propeller from Muse into Coalescence. That's probably what we're doing here. So we'll just like get it. And then we'll start the turn. And then we'll go Nuka hit Nuka. Right. Simulchip. Void. Okay, that's really good to know. I'm essentially paying 2 credits for a knick-knack trigger here, which I actually just don't want, funnily enough. Right? Yeah, that just doesn't make sense. So we'll just get the Coalescence. And we're actually just in no rush to actually even do this. We're just going to play the gamble and draw. But we get a Q-loop trigger. Nah, that's worth it, actually. Pinhole Unity, sure. Good to know. Shouldn't continue this run. Sorry for how I phrased that. The character limit is real. No worries. Didn't know there was a character limit. That makes sense, though. Now we know that there's a pinhole on top, but that's okay. Let's just play this gamble, I guess. Okay, now we're resing the cohort. We know that the Unity's coming up, so the reason I didn't, like, we could have aggressively ran the cohort here with the SMC in hand and the boomerang, but they didn't res the cohort last turn, so I was a little sussed about what it was. It looks like they just forgot to res, or there wasn't the card they wanted to trash. But that's okay. We're going to get it next turn. Okay, we got to be thinking about Regenesis here. And we're going to install the FAT behind it and res it. I'm getting time here, which is good. Okay, there's the pinhole. I do want a Q loop into this Unity. We do want our DZMZs. How do I make this all happen? The best way is for me to go muse col run Q loop. So we go muse col run, and then we're just gonna go trash and like draw a card and install something else. And then we're kind of set up to deal with the FUT next turn and also run back into server 2 when an agenda gets jammed. Yeah, Q loop on the corpse turn is very good. It's not going to do anything now because we know there's a pinhole on top. All right, so this heap, coalescence, take the money, run server 2. They were clearly thinking about whether they res FUT or not. I wasn't gonna, like, the thing is, like, they're now technically threatening Regenesis. Yeah, like, I could run for that reason. Mantle on top, love that. We're gonna get a Q loop trigger every turn now. Do we run server 3? I can't break a sentry. Could just run archives. Still can't break a sentry. Don't really want to use the boomerang for that. Should just be FUT. Thing is, like, they're playing really weird. And I don't want to, like, go running into a bite again. So I think what we're going to do is we're just going to leave it. And if they do score Regenesis on me, like, we're just going to play 4 points down, and that's fine. Because they're going to go from $8 down to 5. Like, they're not going to be... They don't have a good board. So I think I'm just going to deal with it. The next card is a mantle, so I don't actually want to draw it. Right? Because I'd rather just Q loop that down next turn. Oh, but I can't because I don't have MU. What is going on with our MU? Alright, show me an agenda. Tatu. Noted. Then we'll just take a credit. And I think we're just gonna hit the Nuka. Or maybe we'll actually... Maybe we'll... I don't know. Like, maybe we don't actually want the mantle. It's an interesting question. Do you have a favorite corp card and runner card for this set yet? Outside of your card, of course. A favorite corp card. Do I have a favorite card? Let's look. Vantage Point. Probably Hiram's my favorite runner card. Probably Hyram is my favorite runner card. Like, this is like exactly my kind of ID. Yeah, it's like, it's Hyram by a mile. It's Hyram by a mile. Okay, sorry, I'm just gonna go use the bathroom. Watch the game for me. Alrighty. Yeah, favorite runner card is Hiram. What else do we got? Like aside from my ice, like Melee's the Jinteki ID is interesting. Like I think this makes for some very interesting play. So that's up there. Ezam is up there. I like this ice a lot. It's like not that good, I think in most situations, but like you put this on R&D, like it's a very like potent ability still. Like being able to just look at the top card and add that to the bottom if you want is it's a pretty good ability. Okay, we went draw, install. There's another card in there. Whoa. Okay. So I'll probably just run archives here. Really want this mantle, I think. Ugh, we need a DZMZ. Where are those? We'll just hit this. Wow. Nothing? What? Like boomerang run archives, I guess? Can't break a sentry. But what sentries are there even? I think this deck also needs a Palangi, but we have too many programs. Huh. Yeah, this is fine. Okay. There's the DZMZ. There's another DZMZ. Okay. And we got a Coalescence coming up too, so that's really good. No action. Okay. It's fine. I'll access. Is a nav. Alright. I think I'm fine to just leave whatever else is on the board here. So I really want to install the mantle instead of the creative. I think that's just correct. Or we install the DZMZ. Yeah, and we throw out the propeller. Because I want to SMC for this echelon here. Right? Right? We're just going to get both on the board. If I install the DZ, is it just the same value? It's the same value
It is the same value. But I just like save my card this way. Okay, so let's do that. So we're gonna go like this, and then we're gonna hit the Q loop to install another DZ. We don't care that we're like stacking the triggers here. We get rid of the propeller. And then on the corpse turn, we're gonna Q loop you know what it's called, coalescence down. We've got a deck here. 1 res to 3 strength for nice that does anything is good with me. That exactly. The problem is that people are playing Buzzsaw, and Buzzsaw still breaks it for 1. So like as a Unity enjoyer, Ezam is quite good. As somebody who's playing Buzzsaw, Ezam is just butter. That's unfortunate. Like, I think Ezam was positioned to be a really good ice if we can ban Buzzsaw. Because, like, Buzzsaw at 3 strength and 1 for 2 subs is just too good. Not an enjoyer of Red Room? I don't think I am. It's a little too finicky. It's not like, I'm not that excited about it. It's certainly a card that I'm gonna try. Like, I think is worth trying. Like, you play Red Room, you play Lotus Haze, you play Miliez, or whatever else. Like, I think there's something worth trying there. It's not something that's like, it's not an ability that like, ooh, I really like that. Whereas like, I think the ID itself is an ability that because like, you know, there's a bit of like, there's some skill in figuring out which one to put there in the first place, like kind of predicting where the runner's going to run. And if you do correctly predict it, it's still kind of complicated, like how the trigger actually works. And it's all just like figuring out your value. I like that. What else we got? I think Hype Machine is interesting. This card's probably up there for me. I like the design of this card. Like, it's 6 to res, which you're oftentimes not going to pay, but you can res it with an agenda with Scored or Stolen this turn. Like, I think it's got an interesting design to it that I appreciate. Like it's expensive to res. You can use it if you're super rich, but most of the time you're going to try to res this when agenda Scored or Stolen, which means you're kind of like, again, it's a value thing. Like you're not it's not enabling some kind of crazy combo because it's giving the runner a turn to respond, or the runner has just stolen something and now you're going to res this and it's been like sitting there and waiting for a little bit. I think that's pretty cool. Draw credit. Sure. So let's get ourselves a cold. Let's take the money off. They just discarded 2 new cards, so I'm happy to just go and poke that again. We still have the boomerang there. We could go Mantle, run, SMC Echelon. Like, I do want to SMC. Mantle, run. Yeah, because I do want to save the Mantle. So let's do that. And then we're going to run Archives. We probably don't actually need to SMC. There it is. Yeah, that's why we don't want to pre-install the SMC, because if we find the Echelon first, then we're not actually going to need it. Ezam has the Maskarovka pre-cleaver ban problem, though Buzzsaw isn't cleaver good. Exactly. Like, again, I have limited exposure right now, because basically the only context that I've played Ezam in is in Startup, and Buzzsaw is a common breaker in Startup, at least in the games that I've played. So that's why I'm like not as high on it as I maybe could be. Yeah, Hype Machine plus Powers is nice. Yeah, I think Hype Machine is a very interesting card. I like Flywheel. Like, I think a lot of people look at this ice and they're like, this is a very not exciting ice. But it's just like, it's like, it's got a good res to strength ratio with 2 subroutines that's just going to give you gas. I love that a card like this exists. I think it's, like, the numbers are on it are exactly where you'd want it to be. So if you're playing like some kind of asset deck, or you're kind of just like putting stuff behind single ice servers, and you just want something to protect like an econ asset. The thing is, in Wayland, there isn't really that deck at the moment, because Anthill is a little too good for you to protect with a Flywheel. You kind of want something like Nico Campaign, where it's like a 2/2, it's gonna trigger, or like an auto campaign. Like, it's got like a little bit more balanced res to trash cost ratio. And because like Anthill is like a big payoff card, and you kind of want to, yeah, it's a big payoff card. And you want to protect it with a hard end the run. That's interesting. So we're gonna take 3 damage here. But we can probably take a guess that server 2 is a Regenesis. We lost Creative, Harmony, and Pinhole. Creative, Harmony, and Pinhole, okay. I'm just reciting that to myself so I remember it. It's probably a Void in server 3. This is very interesting now. Aw. I mean, I think I'm just happy to just run server 2 here. Do I Q-loop the Echelon onto the board? Thing is, if I don't draw, I'm actually going to die to bite. I think we do. We'll Q-loop the Echelon onto the board. We'll just draw 2 cards. Oh yeah, Ritual, right. We should just run server 2. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll just run it. Oh yeah, we have a mantle credit. Could be another bite. It's a moon pool, sure. I'm fine to trash that. Sure. What else do we have? Miyoshu? I like Miyoshu. Shackleton Grid is a really funny card. That's probably all the cards there. Like, Shackleton Grid is funny. Like, I can't believe they printed this. Like, it's such a weird ability. Like, why? I don't understand why this was printed. Yeah, it's like, maybe you play it as a one-of and ob, and it's like a combo thing. It's kind of threatening. Oh, I'm just dead? Oh, fair enough. Nah, I should have drawn twice. Yeah, I was a little sus, I guess, that I was just fed agendas. Yeah, I was a little sus that I was set agendas. I should have drawn again. I wasn't thinking about measured. But then again, like I think, like what? If I just draw up, like I can just run back into archives or like run the Regenesis next turn. It's tough. I'm kind of running out of cards, but it looks okay. I still don't know how to play against Ayuko outside of Anarch. Shackleton's a cute card, yeah. I don't think... Like, if we drew again, we would have seen the Nuka. Like, I mean, I died a double measured still, but, you know, whether or not that's a thing. Yeah, it was a little sus that this happened. I probably should have been thinking about measured. This is where talking a lot can get you into trouble. Okay, it's 2 o'clock. How are we doing? I do kind of want to play again. I do want to build... You know what? We're probably going to have to build... I'm probably going to have to build the Corp deck on another stream, just because this one's dragging on a little bit, and I do need to eat. I'm going to play one more, and then I think that's what we're going to do here. We're going to play one more. I'm going to call the stream after that. And then I think we're going to do another stream sometime during the week to build a Corp deck. Don't know when that's going to be. But it's going to definitely be like on an evening, or it just might not happen because because the tournament is next weekend. But so far, I've been liking this deck. This hand, Gachapon Knickknack is kind of fine. I think we want something better. Right? Yeah. Beautiful. Love those cards. Luna just found the stream. Hi, welcome to the stream. And good game. This does mean I'm gonna have to change the picture. Oh, did I delete it? I probably did. So I'm gonna have to edit it up again. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I'm gonna have to change because I have Knowledge Seeker as the thumbnail, but I'm not building a Knowledge Seeker deck. I'm gonna have to change it to Hyram. Caveat Emptor, +1 allotted click, R&D HQ. Give me the ritual cards. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. It's so good. Oh my goodness, it's so good. That's crazy. Yup. I don't want to... Well... Yeah, we don't want to go installing the hardware right now, so we'll just do this. And we'll just delay the Hiram trigger. Draw, install, res, spin. Sure. Take a credit. Pitching a card. We like to see that. We're going to be knickknacking one of these servers, so... Gonna get some incidental value there. That is a beautiful draw. I think I'm happy to just run the Spin Doctor. Oh. I'm gonna overdraw. That's fine. We just throw out the Echelon. Throw out the Echelon, we'll just get it back. I've been liking this deck a lot. Mather says Wave just got home from a CTK where Meleas went undefeated. Knowledge Seeker is very strong. Yeah, okay, Mather, I sent you. I responded to your comment on a previous video. I'd love to see your list. I was planning to build Meleas with Knowledge Seeker. Yeah, please, like if you're willing to share, I'd love to see what you've got. I didn't get around to doing that today, and I don't think I'm going to. But maybe we'll just like check out your list and at the end of the stream here. But I've just spent the last bit just playing around with Hyram. Install credit. I'm happy to just run that. So what are we thinking here? Just go DZ. Hakarl is good to know. That's a barrier. Matches well against Propeller. And then we'll just go Muse. From the heap is probably fine. We'll just check this. Send a message. Okay. Okay. No measured response this time. Yeah, I'll publish it, but there's another CTK tomorrow, so I'll wait for after that. It's aggressively just RH good stuff. Awesome. Love that. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Like, I think maybe I'll do another stream later this week. I'm going to go to the Seattle districts next weekend. So I'm going to have to figure out what corp to play before Friday. Draw card, install. Okay. Man, this one of Q Loop, we really want a second one, hey? But it's just so much influence. If I hit Nuka, there's probably too many cards we're discarding here. So, No, I think we should just do it. Okay. DZ. How do we play this? The Gachapon and the daily casts? The daily casts go away? Hand management's really awkward here. Sisentan. Okay, good to know. Let's just chill. We're gonna miss out on a knick-knack on this daily cast, but that's okay. Interesting. So that's a Sisentan. That's okay, though. I'm not concerned about them scoring an agenda here. So we'll just start the turn. Let's go draw, see if we can find a Q loop. We didn't. Let's install a simul chip to see if we want to run R&D. We don't. So we're gonna run archives. Let's just get rid of the Muse. Hand is getting a little clunky. We'll just draw again. There's the Q loop. All right, we are in business. I really need another Q loop. That's a tier. Knick-knack is an easy discard, though. No. Yeah, it is. But if I ran, last turn I would have had to discard a second one. The big res boy, it sure is. There's two big res boys. Right. Okay. So now we go Q loop. We find a Mersha. That's fine. We're not too concerned about that. I think we literally just draw and install 2 mantles, and then we're just like rolling our board onto the board, or rolling our cards onto the board here. Dang it. Oh, I should have... Oh no, this is fine, because I can pop the Gachapon and then try again next turn. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. They just used reallocate. Don't know what's going on there. To de-res this 2 ice. That's really funny. Okay, let's pop the Gachapon. See a May's luxury line. Noted. We're gonna install a Muse for Propeller, I guess. We could also just get SMC. Probably just get SMC. We could Muse for what? We have an Echelon in the bin. Muse for Propeller. But then we don't have our Unity. Thinking. Also, we do have to deal with this tier. But if it's for 3 points, it's worth it. We can also just click it. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we could. What are we doing here? Unity? How much does that cost me? 4, 6, 8, 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12 credits. Jesus. Yeah, oh well. We gotta do what we gotta do. Yeah, we gotta do what we gotta do. We're gonna get this agenda. We probably need the pinhole, probably need the boomerang. We just get a creative back. Fine. Let's Q loop. Fine. So now I can run R&D. We probably go Gachapon run R&D, so I could actually get a Propeller, and that's going to save me 3 credits. Because I think I am going to pay through the tier. So let's do that. Go Gachapon, run R&D, and we're going to knick-knack the daily casts. Simulchip and then Propeller? Okay. So that's actually fine. So now we're going to, right, okay, so now we're going to Q loop the Simulchip, just so we have it. Then we're going to, we might as well Gachapon first in case we find the Unity with the Gachapon, because that's going to save us an extra credit. So let's do that. We've looked at this melees so many times. Now I could go Muse Propeller. So I'm essentially paying a credit to get 2 credits later, 2 credits in a card later. And I think that's worth it. Let me just do some math here. So if we go Muse Propeller, that's going to cost me a credit. I go to 21. We get Unity, that's going to cost me 5. I go to 16. And then I go, oh, we're actually kind of tough here. 16, 15, 14, 16, 1, 2, 3, 4. So then I go down to 12. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I basically go to 0. Probably worth it to just pay that extra credit here. So I think we're going to do it. So we're going to install this. We're going to search. There's no propeller in the bins. We're going to get from our stack, we're going to get a propeller. Yeah, this all makes sense, I think. Then we're gonna shuffle. I don't think we need the Nuka anymore, so we'll just shuffle cast, propeller, and gamble back. Say done. We're gonna get our Unity. We're gonna break. Go down to 12. Okay. So then we look at the luxury line for like the 5th time. Wait. Wait, what? Three, 6. Wait, what? Oh, because we're Thunderbolt. Whoa. I forgot Thunderbolt. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Okay. Hang on. Oh my gosh. Okay. We're okay because we can get the coalescence at the very least. Which I think is just what we have to do. Dang it, I thought the Muse propeller was actually helping a breakpoint, but it's not. I thought that was helping me with a breakpoint. Otherwise, I should have just gotten a coalescence. Okay, it's fine. We're going to roll with it. I should have just gotten a coalescence here. But I thought this was helping me with a breakpoint. That's why we got the propeller out. So that's just a mistake. But yeah, this is fine. Like, we're still trashing the Mersha, so like, really it was like we lost a couple credits. Oh, we lost a bunch of credits actually, because we're gonna have to trash one of these programs. That's so bad. That's so bad. This should have been 4 extra credits. 2 extra credits, I guess. Yeah. All right, it's fine. Is what it is. We're gonna look at the luxury line yet again. We're gonna get our coalescence. We're gonna trash this. Oh, so bad. So bad. All right, now we're gonna break for 13. This is fine because we're making surgical runs on R&D and we know we're gonna steal, right? That's what makes this okay. We're just broke now, obviously. All right. Oh, I also needed to install Echelon before breaking Sleipnir. Yeah, I also missed that. Oh. Yeah, I was planning, that was part of my original math. That's so poor. So poor. Okay, we know there's an Ansel on HQ. I guess this could be a spin doctor, so we don't actually want to just like slam a Gachapon. Actually, I do want to slam a Gashapon. That's good to know. Money is coming back to us. Let's go. Look at that. Boom. Q loop. Yes. Look at this. Look at this cash. Oh, but I need another MU. Yeah, that sucks. All right, we'll just draw it then. Yeah, we'll just draw it. That's fine. Yeah, because I'm not actually gonna Q loop it next turn. Yeah, there's a couple things wrong with my math there. A, I should have installed the echelon first. And B, we shouldn't have gotten the propeller in the first place, because getting the propeller makes sense if it helps with a breakpoint on echelon, which I thought it did, but it didn't, because of, as I forgot, Thunderbolt. Draw, install, res, advance. Right. Okay. So now we know that there's not a spin doctor in the remote. So we can start by running the spin doctor. We're okay with this score happening, but also they don't have a ton of money. So like, and a run on HQ should be free here. Twinning and creative commission. Okay, right. Twinning coming is a big deal. So we're just going to go draw and get that down, and we're not going to do anything else this turn. Because we're okay with a score. I also don't even have propeller. There's like 2 propellers in the bin. Or 2 propellers in the deck. That's crazy. Let's get twinning. Let's trigger Q loop. It's a creative. Let's draw that and pitch the ritual, and then we can trigger Q loop again for another counter here. Did we miss off turn Q loop trigger there? Did I? Maybe with the mental credit. Not going to miss it here. Should I actually Gachapon first? Just to get a propeller down? Probably should. It's fine. There it is. Sure. Okay. Start turn. Coalescence is $4. We could lose here, so I do kind of need to run. What does Brasilia Grid do? You have to trash cards to... When you res a piece of ice, you may de-res... Oh, it's de-res, another installed piece of ice. If you do the res, dice gets +3 strength for the remainder of the run. Right. Okay. Okay, we're not only playing 5/3s, which is news. Pinhole Simulchick run is probably just a line. We'll just do that. Gamble Ritual, sure. If I go gamble simulchip run, I lose to... The thing is, we know one of them is Sysintan. I want to pop the Gachapon just to see the top card of R&D. But simulchip is 4 credits, so like we should be okay. Yeah, let's just install that. We found an agenda. So now can we run R&D? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. Not really. There's not another coal left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I can't break that. I can't break that. We have to boomerang it. Okay, so we're running the remote. We can get in here. Should be able to. Carl. Yup. So we can break that like this. Do I need an off-turn twinning trigger? I don't. So we'll just use the money. I can't walk through the tier. I have to spend a click to break the end the run sub. I only had 2 clicks. I could have popped the Gachapon instead of installing the simulchip, but then like again, then we just like lose the game if it's Spin Doctor. I don't think we're quite at that point. This is fine. I'll trash that. Like we're not at the point where I actually just need to like win or lose right now. Because I don't like from there, like we're not really expecting like a nano management 3-2, right? So as long as I can get into the card in the remote here, this game's gonna go on a little bit more. And I'm gonna get another payoff off the daily cast. We can play the gamble next turn. Okay, we don't need to off-turn Q-loop because we actually have to pay a credit for that. Let's just get a propeller down. I think. And then we'll just like C3 out of HQ and run the remote. Like we can do everything this turn. So let's crack this. Regolith. That's going to be good for them. Then we're going to get the propeller down. Probably should have done that at the end of their turn, so I can get a DZMZ triggers. We'll just shuffle these cards back, obviously. Boomerang, Ritual, Sure Gamble, say done. I'm happy to gamble first. Yeah. Happy to gamble first. Then we're going to run HQ first. We'll sell the daily cast. Sure gamble ritual. We're going to run HQ first because if it's Spin Doctor, they might just show us. It's Size and 10 or Carl. Sure. And then I guess we lose to double seamless. So yeah, so we have to run it, which is fine. We'll just run it. Two spins are RFG'd. It's another Brasilia. That makes sense. We saw that. So next turn they're gonna Regolith click it, yeah? We'll just draw the gamble, and then we can play the Harmony next turn. Okay, there's the Regolith. This Ansel's probably going to get rezzed again. I should probably just simulchip the propeller back onto the board here if the Ansel gets rezzed. It's dangerous, though. But we definitely want to run back into HQ here. I think we want to just get Simulchip Propeller. I'm happy to pay through the Ansel, am I? Could just Boomerang it. Yeah, we just Boomerang. Because I can pay through R&D if R&D is an agenda. Or actually, we can just look at it right now. Sleipnir. Okay, let's Boomerang HQ. Let's run HQ. Guess we're gonna knick-knack this Propeller. Nothing is on the top two cards. And we are gonna res, sure. So let's break, and I'll just click. Oh, right. Wait a second. There's an extra sub. Right. Okay, so I actually just have to break it all and let it trash the knick-knack? I want to keep the Boomerang. So yeah. So let's go break. Noted. Break. And then we'll go fire. Oh, I don't have the clicks anymore. This was a bad play, y'all. This was a bad play. That's okay. Yeah, this was a bad play. I did not think through this line. We're just gonna C0 or C1 card. Sure. Shuffle. We don't need to. We might Q loop the Boomerang onto the board. This was a bad play. Sokka Raid Thunderbolt, challenge impossible. Yeah. Yeah. I can Boomerang the Ansel now. Huh? Right? Right. That's what we're doing. We're going to Boomerang the Ansel now, and we're going to run back in C3. Top card of the deck is another Regolith. Fine. Boomerang the Ansel. Now we can run back. Right? I'm not missing anything this time. Hakarl. Yep, I can break that. No, I can't. I have to Simulchip my Propeller. Will shit. I was kind of expecting it to be Sleipnir, because that's the card we saw off the top. We derez the Regolith, which is really cute. You may derez another installed card. If you do, the runner use paid abilities printed on buy red ice for the remainder of this turn. Yeah, okay, so that's irrelevant. So I guess we're just Simulchipping away a Mantle, and that's okay. And then I'm going to run the remote next turn to trash this Regolith, which is also kind of okay. So let's boost my Unity, and then we'll just get ourselves a Propeller. This is very sketchy. This whole game is very sketchy. I don't know if we need that many twinning counters. But sure, this is fine. Wait. These paid abilities printed on Bioradize for the remainder of this. Oh, it's for the whole thing. Wait a second. Wait a second. Yo, I never play against Thunderbolt, okay? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I mean, like, I guess we'll just come back next turn? Gonna use the... So, okay, because I still want to break it. So we're gonna use the mantle credit. Take mantle, and then save 2 creds on ETRs. Okay. I still want to break it because I don't want to take a core damage, but I can't click through this Ansel. But this is fine, because the agenda is still going to be in there. Do I want to trash the Regolith? It's essentially denying them 3 credits if I do, because they're just going to install and double-click another one. So I think I don't. So I think what we do is we just play our 3 cards here. Yeah, so we're just going to get a Propeller back for sure. We're going to get a Simulchip back for sure. And I guess it's just Coalescence, Pinhole, Coalescence, Pinhole, and Gamble? Could be Muse to get back Propeller. Gamble's fine. Muse to get back Propeller. Alright, it's going to be Muse to get back Propeller, just in case we need it. And then we'll just put our cards on the board here. Oh wait, we don't want to install that this turn. Because we've already used our DZMZ, so we're going to draw last click like a boss. Like a boss. We're going to draw last click. This all would have been fine if you just ran the Melias on R&D. Could I have? I think I would have had to pop the Gachapon instead of installing the Simulchip. I couldn't run the Melias on R&D. We'll go back into replay after. I'm pretty sure I couldn't. I just couldn't get in. I ran the math. I just can't get in. In addition to the Spin Doctor threat. Creative or Gamble is probably better than Coalescence here. You're totally right. I thought I had a knickknack. But like, you can get it with DZMZ and the Prognostic. It's kind of close, actually. Okay, so what happened here? We did click it 3 times, so I'm going to run HQ in C3. If I can get another barrier breaker, if I can get my other propeller installed, then I can... Then I can just pay through the Ansel, which is better. Well, it's actually the same thing, because I'm just spending clicks to get money anyways. So let's just run. We're so good. I shouldn't have gotten the coalescence. So we break this using this. So I can pay $4 instead of, I can pay $2 instead of 2 clicks. Which I actually, do I want to do that? Guess we do. It's rhyme. Okay. We're gonna Q loop propeller onto the board and then finish the break. Come on. Is there a regolith? I don't think we care about a regolith here. There we go. Found it. Do it because Hiram trigger checks top. Yeah, that's also a good reason. Finally a win with the deck. Yeah. The biggest advantage of having a forgettable ID ability. Yeah, I did not remember like Hakarl's relevance, like Thunderbolts. I think this is probably one of those games where me like trying to talk and read chat at the same time is actually distracting me. Because I feel like when I stream, you end up relying so much on your memory of cards, and like this is like probably the worst matchup for that because this the Thunderbolt text with the +1 strength and that one turn where I like mused out the propeller because I thought it would help the echelon break math was so bad. But we got it. Do you think one Palangi makes the deck better? Yeah, I probably should put a Palangi. Yeah, okay, so let's do that. I'm gonna, we are gonna call it here, but I'm going to revisit the deck and see if I want to make any changes. So I think the Q loop was really fun and I really liked it and I don't want to get rid of that. Baker obviously makes the deck. Oh man, but the thing is like Baker also gives us HQ multi-access with the twinning. The deck is 100% better with Baker. See, like swap twinning for Baker is an option, but also just play them both. You know? Just play them both. I think our balance of card draw is actually doing us pretty well with the rituals and the Dr. Nukas. And the one Harmony AR therapy has been great as well. So that much has been good. The boomerang. So maybe this is what we do. We cut a boomerang and we cut a gachapon. That's 2 Hyram. That's like so many Hyram triggers. Ooh, is that too many Hyram triggers that we're cutting? Because we could cut a boomerang, cut a gachapon, and play a baker. And then that gives us room for a console as well. Baker. Knowing I'd res a fly swatter without seeing is a worrying amount of skill. But dying to measured response because you weren't thinking about is vindicating to me. I won't ever feel bad about losing that way again. Yeah, I mean, there's like the card pool in Netrunner is big. I mean, I don't know, like compared to other card games, it's probably small, but like trying to play around every threat is really hard, especially when that threat is out of faction. And especially in a deck like Ayuko, because Ayuko is just like threatening a ton of stuff just by existing. And just by like having a couple face down cards in the bin. So sometimes you're just like pulled in so many different directions that you have to remember all of it, and it's a pretty tall task. I think keep boomerang is fine. Didn't even realize we had no console. Yeah. I thought we wanted a second Q loop. I do want a second Q loop. The Q loop does help us set up our board so much, doesn't it? Joe's going to talk me into a second Q loop here instead of this baker. And then the rest of chat is going to be very disappointed. Baker. Baker, baker, baker. I feel like there's just going to be situations where I end up like seeing an agenda on top and then we like muse out the baker so that we can use it. And like we also have to have mantle in order to use the baker. Like there's a couple big ifs there. All shapers need other 6 influence or something, yeah. Kind of do want a burner as well. Like I think the 1 of burner goes a long way. Boomerang, gachapon. Yeah, there's just no way to search for Q loop. Follow your heart. You don't need to listen to chat. Krim out here with 10 influence dedicated to twinning and 3 Nuka, yeah. One X burner is right for Hiram. Can collect any agendas that sneak through your top deck check and put them back where you want to grab them. Yeah, and also the like we seem to be getting through the deck pretty well. So then the Harmony AR gets to shuffle it back in the late game. Luna, I think the comment about you playing weird was probably the well, I mean, like I think it was just the fact that there was a bite on the board, and early in the game, it's pretty tough for like it's oftentimes not a good idea to put a put a trap on the board just naked, especially one that costs you 4 credits to trigger, because sometimes it'll like hurt the runner a lot because they have important cards in their hand that they don't want to lose, but other times like they might just have cards in the hand that they don't care about, or that they're not in a position to use. I would say the odds of that is probably just 50-50, because you have to keep in mind that when the runner does run, like they've probably already spent their clicks using the cards that are most important, and the cards that are left are like the low cards of lower importance, relative to the cards that were already in hand. Yeah, and you're kind of just like trading credits for like you're just trading tempo for tempo, but you're also like spending a click to put that card out there. So sometimes the runner doesn't run, and then you've already committed the 1-click resource to put the trap out there. Whereas if you keep it in your hand, like eventually, most of the time, the runner will come and run HQ, and there's a chance that they'll just see it. That's probably just kind of where that came from, is that there was less. Like I was expecting on that turn for there to be like an ice and a cohort. And if it was like a cohort with no ice, then it might be a situation where you don't have ice. Gachapons, Q-Loop Baker. Lose the Gachapons and add a Q-Loop and a Baker. Yeah, that's a way to go. What have we been doing with the Gachapons? Lose the Gachapons and add a Q-Loop, a Baker, and a console. Well, we've already added the burner in, so I can't really just... I could just add a console. Gachapons. The thing is, the Q-Loop is a little difficult to use without the mantle still. Like, you still kind of want the mantle to be funding it. Look, like, I think what I want to do is just go like this. I think that's what I want to do. And then I also want to cut the pinhole and play a third Gachapon, but that's a little crazy. And then we might as well play a flip switch. Although I don't even know if that's worth the slot. Don't think it is. Don't think it is worth the slot. I think that's what we want to do. And then we just throw, like, it could be Madani, because we have DZMZ, bunch of other stuff. It's probably just Pantograph, or even Super Corridor. I love Super Corridor. If you have the same amount of credits, you gain $2, and then I can sell it for $4 later. Beautiful. Probably just Pantograph. Yeah. Gacha really only has Knickknack to ditch. That doesn't hurt you at least somehow, right? What's the other banish target? That's true. That's actually very true. We have been running into that issue a little bit. That is true. That is true. Yeah, we could ditch the Gachapons. But the Gachapon finds us the twinning. It's also just triggers. You might be right. I think you're right. All right. No, I think I've been talked into that. Okay. So now we play a Baker. There we go. Everyone's happy, right? We got our Baker. And then we can get our Boomerang back in. So now we're actually just like, we can cycle that with our Q loop, which is fine. Yeah. Okay. How's that? Gachapon's how this deck sets up. Well, if you have Q loop, might be okay. Minstrel, cut pinhole, play Boomerang. We can't cut the pinhole, can we? I don't know if we can cut the pinhole. Like, we're just gonna die to everything. I think you gotta have one. You're cooking with Audrey and Buffer Drive to get ID procs on demand without having to install stuff. That seems cool. It does seem cool. Madani asks for Palangi. Yeah, I forgot about Palangi. We do want Palangi. Well, I mean, okay, the thing is, if we're playing Baker, there's less of a need for Palangi. It's just like, Baker's just like a dead card for a while, and then it's really good later. Oh well. All right, well, I think this is what we're going to stick with. I'm going to go eat. You need to cut a card. Q-Loop's going to make the deck a little bit smoother. Yeah. Would love to play a Super Corridor instead of a Pantograph. Can I get this to trigger twice? Maybe. We're doing it because I want to. Pantograph is probably... Well, the thing is, like, if Super Corridor triggers once, like, it's really good. So we're going to play that as a one-of. And if you draw it and you don't have the money to install it, just don't install it. And if you install it, get it to trigger the turn that you install it. All right, and we're just going to be at 46 cards because I think the burner is good. Yeah. Weird deck. Very weird deck. I can't believe we removed the Gachapons. Feel like we want one, you know? Maybe we do want one. Yeah, I want one Gachapon. Because then we get RFG, the extra copy of Q-Loop, the knickknacks, extra Nuka if we are doing good on draw. It's never blank. And even if we get to the bottom of the deck and we pop it then, like, it's still just 2 Hyram triggers. I like it. I'm skeptical of, yeah, you wonder if you need a console. I think you're right. Like, I think you probably don't need a console. And I probably just am not supposed to play the Super Corridor or the Pantograph. Do I have any stealth for Baker? Yes, there's 2 mantles. I think now we are fine. That was when the deck had 14 influence. Madani feels like it's gonna play weird. with Q Loop? Do we need the third DZMZ? I think you definitely want 3 DZMZs. Because you want to be able to find them early, because it's saving you a ton of money when you're doing the Muse Coalescence thing. Especially because we're using Q Loop and we're actually installing things on off turns. So you definitely want 3 DZMZs. This is probably just unnecessary. So like this is probably the deck here. And I think last game we just like didn't draw a DZMZ. And that's just a little unlucky. But overall, like we should probably just do it this way, and the Super Corner is just a bad card. So I think that's where we're gonna be. I think I like this deck. We got this one Gachapon still in here. Like obviously you're gonna have to watch out for your Hyram triggers. So Simulchip, Gachapon, DZMZ, install timing, like mainly the first 2 cards. Install timing of DZMZ Gachapon, and when you pop it's gonna be a big deal. The Harmony is gonna obviously pull cards back later. Sako will play the lap minigame and no one will stop him. Exactly. All right. That's what we're doing. Is Unity better than Penrose here then? Yeah, because we don't have... That's a good question. Like, we don't have that much stealth. Like, Penrose requires stealth. But I think it's not a bad shout. It's not a bad shout. I remember looking at this earlier, that Penrose is, like, pretty good. But it is something that requires stealth, and that's a little suspect. Like, I think if we were to play the Methuselahs, then we could do it. Or even just Touchstone. And maybe we play Touchstone. Like this deck would here's a question. Is this deck like, should we just put in 3 Methuselahs and 3 Touchstones? No. Right? Because it's just your setup speed is going to be so much slower, but your long game, like your late game is going to be very strong. And if you did that, then you could play Penrose. But like Methuselah costs 4 to install, and it's only giving you money to make runs. So you have to be able to convert that into relevant money still, because you still need, like, yeah, you need money to make runs, but early in the game, you primarily need money to set up your cards. And Methuselah doesn't really help that. That is an issue with Methuselah. No on Touchstone. Methuselah is, I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you could put in like Methuselah. But the thing is like you run into hardware trashing issues, right? If you play Methuselah, you only have the second and third copy of Methuselah and the second copy of Q-Loop that you're actually throwing out. And maybe the third DCMZ. Tough to build. Alright, y'all. I need to eat. Yeah, I'm gonna go to Seattle districts next weekend is the plan. I'm gonna have to change the thumbnail of this video because I'm gonna build Amelia's deck. So we're gonna do something out of this ID and something that involves 3 copies of Knowledge Seeker. And we're gonna leave it at that for now. So next time I'll build this, or if I actually I think it's very possible that I don't actually have the time. So then I'll just do it on my own, and then I'll maybe do a stream sometime later down the road after the tournament and just kind of come and hang out and chat. as I said at the start, like because I'm not going to Worlds, like this whole season, I feel like is going to be very different for me. We're just going to focus on enjoying the game, and I'm not going to be trying to like figuring out like what's the best deck. How like putting like a ton of thought into how to counter everything um, and just like trying to test and optimize. Like I'm not going to be putting nearly as much energy as I did into it before. So especially for now, like with this new set having just released, like we're definitely just in the exploration phase. So I'm definitely going to be playing more, and there's going to be like lots of in-person events that I'll be going to. Methuselah is so bad. Cold lava. Hey, no afterimage. We started with one, and then eventually I just like took out all of the stealth stuff. Yeah, I think you could do it out of somewhere else. Like I think Mather's saying Touchstone and a Camlat could play Penrose with a Mantle, and then and then we have you know the Penrose, and then like a pretty good econ and draw engine with the events. Mather, you sent yours in DMs, but I sounds like you didn't want that to be shown until tomorrow or until next time. So, and that's fine. Like I don't know if that's changed, but I'm gonna call the stream here, and I'm gonna come back to this. But in the meantime, like Mather, I'll look at it on my own if I end up building this outside of the stream, and I'll most likely bring something like it to Seattle next weekend. All right. Okay. Thanks, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. I'm gonna go. Thanks for everything. This has been great. It's been a somewhat of a long stream, but it's been fun. Vantage Point has been fun. Hope y'all are enjoying the new cards and enjoying as much Netrunner, hopefully in-person Netrunner as well. Okay,